Good afternoon, everybody. This is Elaine from the VTA Board Office. To our members of the public who have joined us, I'd like to thank you for your patience. The board is still in the special closed session meeting, and the regular meeting will begin as soon as that special closed session meeting is over. Again, thank you for your patience and your understanding. Good evening again to members of the public and to our staff and some of our guests. This is Elaine again from the VTA board office. I do want to apologize. We're running behind schedule. The board is still in this special closed session meeting, and I wanted to thank you for your patience and your understanding. Hopefully we can begin the regular meeting soon. In the meantime, you will be notified as soon as the regular meeting is going to start. Thank you again for your patience. To our board members, let's just go ahead. Just give us a few minutes to set back your unmute rights. There you go.
I'm going to begin recording.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
I'm just going to wait for other board members to come in, and I'll let you know, Chair, once we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you.
To our board members who are already in front of their screens, if I can please request you to turn on your video so that I can confirm that we have a quorum. I'll wait 30 more seconds, Chair.
No worries.
Thank you. All right, Chair, I believe we have a quorum now.
Great. Thank you, Elaine. So we're now back to open session. Evelyn Tran, General Counsel, will provide the closed session report.
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable actions for items 2.1A through 2.1C. Thank you.
Thank you. The special closed session meeting is now adjourned. And we are going to go immediately to the regular meeting. So good evening, everyone. And the VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, December 1st, 2022 is called to order. Elaine, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Abikoga,
Here.
Blankley,
Here.
Burt,
Here.
Carrasco,
Present.
Chavez,
Here.
Davis, Hendricks,
Pending.
Jane,
Here.
Jimenez,
Here.
Lee,
Present.
Lee Ing,
Here.
Ricardo. I'll come back to you, Montano. Montano, I saw her earlier. I'll come back to her. Paul,
Here.
Morales,
Here.
Rennie, Constantine,
Present.
Jones.
Present.
I'll come back to Ricardo. Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we move on to orders of the day, I'd like to remind everyone that we have a full agenda tonight with several items on closed session and action items after the closed session. I'd like to ask my colleagues, staff, members of the public to be succinct when making comments so that we can ensure that we have ample time to review the items on our agenda. I would like to also request my colleagues to keep your video on during the meeting unless you have technical issues. For the changes on the agenda, staff is requesting the following. Place on consent regular agenda item 7.1, I-680 sound walls construction contract award. Update staff recommendation for item 6.9 to add adopt a resolution. The proposed revision is on your screen. Remove from the agenda the following items. 6.8, rules of procedure amendments. 7.8, BART Phase 2 update. Are there any changes from my colleagues? And seeing no hands raised, are there any changes from staff? And I see Director Chavez, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask if for item 6.9, if that also could, I'm not sure if we're removing the other items because they're going to be deferred, but we just received information on 6.9 today. So I don't know if that's why, anyway, if that makes sense to defer it so that everybody has an opportunity to review the changes.
Okay, I'm going to defer to staff. Respond to that.
Stephen, would you like to address that?
Good evening, board members. The reason that this item was targeted for this meeting was because many of the items deal with the board governance enhancement process. And three of the champions of that process will be leaving the board. So that's why we targeted. We apologize. There were some technical issues on being able to send the information out in advance.
I appreciate that. I will withdraw my request.
Okay. Any other changes? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Move approval, Chair Constantine.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion in a second, and we have a roll call vote, please.
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Ricardo's absent. Hall,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on to awards and commendation, and we are honoring 4 retirees. The following retirees are not able to join us tonight, but I want to take a moment to recognize them. The first person we want to recognize is Alfred Nunley. Jr., bus dispatcher, who has 37 years of service. Daniel McGrain, parts clerk, with 33 years of service. Agostino Canelis III, light rail signal maintainer, 32 years of service. And Jill Habriel, coach operator, with 31 years of service. Congratulations to all four of them for their many years of service to VTA. Next on our agenda is item 3, public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board of directors on any item within the board's jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. Speakers will have 1 minute to speak. As noted on our agenda, we will have up to 30 minutes for public comments on items not on the agenda. Those who requested to speak but were unable to address the board on item 3 due to the time limit will have the opportunity to address the board on the second public comment under other items. The law does not permit board action or extended discussion on any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. Those with customer service concerns are encouraged to contact our customer service department after you make your comments. Their contact information is on the screen. Before Theodora calls our speakers, I would like to remind the members of the public who are speaking tonight to adhere to our rules when addressing the board. They are on the public speaker timer slide you will see on the screen. If you want to address the board on matters not on the agenda, please raise your hand now using the app or press *9 on your phone. We will now start public comment. Theodora?
Yes, we have Madhukar, Zhang, followed by Isaac. Mr. Madhukar, you may speak when ready.
My name is Madhukar Thakur. I live in South San Jose. We heard from the City Council yesterday, the San Jose City Council, that they would like to build emergency interim housing, also known as EIH, at the VTA Cottle Road Station parking lot. We wonder what the feedback from the VTA is on this, because this parking lot belongs to the VTA as I understand it. I feel it's a terrible idea as it goes against the very mission of the VTA. The use of the EIH at the VTA property, what has that got to do with VTA's mission to provide sustainable, accessible, and community-focused transportation options? You will hear from few of our colleagues who live around the area that the local community is against this. How can this be community-focused? An EIH at Cottle Road does nothing to increase ridership on the VTA light rail. Who will want to park their cars and ride on the light rail lot when there is an EIH in the vicinity? This would be a safety concern for people who live in the area and commute.
Isaac, you may begin speaking when ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm also calling in regards to the city planning to build the EIH on home at Cottle VTA station, and our community opposes it. This VTA station services tens of thousands of apartments and houses and condos in our area. And this Cottle VTA station has been used extensively pre-COVID. Now, one thing that came up during the meeting is that Deputy City Manager Omar showed a picture of an empty Cottle VTA parking lot during his presentation. This was taken during COVID. When we pulled picture from Google Maps showing that this parking lot was fully utilized pre-COVID. Also, there was an assumption that most of these cars came from Kaiser Permanente, which is not true, because during COVID, the parking lot was still empty. I mean, if this was true, all these the healthcare workers never stopped.
Patrick, you may begin speaking when ready. Patrick, you are unmuted and you may begin speaking when ready. Okay, I'm going to go to the next speaker and we can come back. Michael, followed by Blair, followed by Hing. Michael, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, I'm a VTA user and resident of District 10, and I'm against the usage of the Cottle's VTA parking for EIHs. In short, because it would practically be placing unsettled or unstable individuals near the top of a busy highway overpass that is also directly across the crucial entry and exit point of Highway 85 and a large hospital and medical center having critical ambulance and highway requirements. What's being proposed via the EIH is costly. It's costly to implement on a highly graded site. It's costly to make additional changes for the safety of the inhabitants and the vehicular traffic below. Most importantly, it will be costly because it will remove all user parking, endangering public safety, and ultimately it will reduce ridership. Coming from a city with public transportation having a ridership base of over 1 million people daily, I implore the VTA board to build for today and for tomorrow. Given this board's stated mandate, the use of Cottle as a
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the meeting tonight. Happy December to everyone. As usual, part of my regular public comment time, I really hope that you can examine the current 40 plus shot spotter speakers at the North Berryessa BART station and learn how to reduce that to 5 or 10. I just don't think it's aesthetically appropriate to have so many shot spotters. I know you want to guard the door, the entrance to San Jose, but I don't think that's the right approach. And I just wanted to thank Eugene Bradley for his words in the San Jose Spotlight. You're dealing with transit repair issues, and he offered a great idea of making just signaling that buses are canceled on your real-time apps can really help people understand, that buses won't be there, and then they can pass that along to people at the station who don't know that. Good luck.
Heng, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Heng Gong. I live near Caddo VTA for many years. So I just want to remind, 5 years ago, VTA reached out to local community and shared your grand plan of developing the high-density village. In the published plan, Caddo VTA is promised as a key enabler to building the community, high-density community around. Among the key promises are the strengthen the transit system, support healthy, walkable community. So people believed and came. The high-density village, the muscle is built, but the heart, the promise of Caddo VTA is in danger now, Building the EIH is like you block the artery to the heart, then defeating your own main purpose. So VTA board, please keep your promise to the community. And yesterday, I think the day before, the city staff believed that the close to shopping makes the Caddo side a good choice for EIH. That is.
Next is Zhang, followed by Catalyst SV and Kunta. Mr. Zhang, you may begin speaking when ready. Mr. Zhang, you are unmuted. You may begin speaking when ready. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker. Catalyze SV, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening. This is Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. Three things I wanted to mention today. First of all, thank you to all the board members who might be transitioning off. Appreciate your service to VTA, including Chair, our Vice Mayor Chappie Jones in San Jose. Also want to echo some comments that VTA board member Sergio Jimenez said at the San Jose City Council meeting this week about inviting community members to be forces for positive change and good, and finding good sites for housing throughout San Jose. There are very few, if any, perfect sites, and it's very, very good VTA to be able to be part of this solution on housing and homelessness. And third, just previewing an item coming before you soon, which is around providing VTA transit passes on VTA sites that you're redeveloping. More to come on that, but just thank you for Mayor Liccardo, Magdalena Carrasco, and Chappie.
Kunta, followed by Richard, followed by Maggie. Kunta, you may begin speaking when ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Kunta. I live in South San Jose. I met a few new neighbors who moved down south during the pandemic. They are looking forward to using light rail once they are asked to go back to the office full time, since highway will be heavily congested. Okay, my first question, does VTA have done any evaluation of the light rail ridership change post-pandemic, especially for the South San Jose? Second question, for the upcoming Google campus in downtown, Google anticipate up to 25,000 people working over there. There are lots of Google employees who would like to use public transportation for reducing their carbon footprint and saving times in their commute. Does VTA expect the light rail ridership to be more or less? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard. You may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, I'm ready. I would like to ask the board to stop the San Jose City decision to use a Coral VTA station as the EIH site. Couple of reasons. First of all, VTA station was built for VTA providers, and the cost to build that station is tremendous back then. So the return on investment will be severely damaged by putting the EIH on there. Second, the upcoming project from VTA is a BART station. If VTA abandoned the station on the corridor road, then the taxpayer like us would question the decision of the next future project like BART. So much money we have there, and we don't have a solution for the EIH, but using corridor VTA or VTA station as the place to house the EIH or homeless people is a wrong decision. So I'd like the board to consider to reject City Council decision to adopt EIH on corridor road. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie, you may begin speaking when ready. Maggie, you have been unmuted. You may begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Maggie. We take a VTA at Court Road often. We took kids to San Jose downtown, to Children's Museum, the Tech Museum, sometimes San Francisco. With homeless units built there, we have safety concerns. It will stop us to take a VTA. So please save the Court VTA parking lot for the community, for the public. It is a parking lot, small parking lot. It's beautiful public convenience. City's proposal is not responsible, not considerable, and didn't hear community's voice. Please help to do right things. No homeless units at Coto VTA parking lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speakers are Rita, followed by Michelle, followed by Anne Marie. Rita, you may begin speaking when ready. Rita, you've been unmuted. You may begin speaking when ready.
So my name is Rita. I have been living in the Kotor area for the past 22 years. And one of my children goes to San Jose State, and she's always, so before the pandemic, she's always complained how unsafe sometimes she was feeling. Now with the perspective of adding the EIH houses in that parking lot, I can just imagine that there is no way that she would be willing to actually park her car there and then take the light rail there. The other thing I wanted to mention is how risky it would be for actually the homeless people to get in and get out by foot into that parking lot, because they would have to cross the entry and the exit of Highway 85. And we know very well that this could be actually very, very dangerous for people. And we've already had a lot of accidents. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hello. Thank you, Board member, thank you for your hard work for residents and your kindness for weakness people. I very appreciate your work for us. So, but I have my opinion is light rail Kyoto station parking lot is next to two expressways, one leading to Mountain View, another to J-Roy. So can you build an express bus station there for commuters? Or is other time can give to some passengers for parking car for by light rail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne Marie, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening. I have been a resident of South Valley, exactly off of Cottle Road, since I was 14 years old. It is very disturbing that all of the emergency housing is being placed in South County. I would urge other transit centers to be used. We have the Capital Transit Center, which is more convenient. There's also the Tamian Center, which is right near the light rail, right near buses. Everything doesn't have to be in South County. We need to spread the help throughout the county. Thank you.
You, Wyatt, you may begin speaking when ready.
Nigger.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person. Jackie, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hey, y'all look bodies over.
Okay, I am going to remove. So it looks like we have John Pospichek who would like to speak. And John, you can actually unmute yourself since you are on the panelist side.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. John Pospichek, Vice President, ATU Local 265. I just want to speak briefly. Our members have spoken loudly and about our Juneteenth. We appreciate the purpose and intention of having the Juneteenth holiday recognized finally, but it's given to our members as a floating holiday, and we would like to recognize it on the day. It's not just about getting a day off, it's about the intention and observing the day and the importance of that day. So thank you very much. I just wanted to let you know that that's what the overwhelming majority of our members would like to observe it on the day, Juneteenth. Thank you.
And Chairperson Jones, we do have a couple more hands that just popped up. If you would like, I can continue with them. And we'll see.
Have your finger.
Yes, I am ready.
Yes.
And then if you want to just let me know on the times to stop.
Okay.
Okay. Stephen and followed by Robert. Stephen, you may begin speaking when ready. Okay. I'm gonna try the last person, and then Chair Jones, we can just move forward after that.
Okay.
Robert, you may begin speaking when ready. Okay, Chair Jones, I would go ahead and let's just we can move forward.
I think that's sound advice. So we will now close public comment for items not on the agenda. And that's going to take us to the next item on our agenda, which is item 4, public hearings. Item 4.1 is to conduct a hearing and adopt resolutions of necessity for 2 properties as noted on the screen for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 project. Ron Golem, Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development, will present this item. Ron will provide a presentation for each property, and then I will open the hearing for the property. Property owners or their representatives will be given 5 minutes to speak. Members of the public who would like to address the board on the resolutions of necessity will be given 1 minute to speak after the staff presentation for all properties when they're done. Ron, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair Jones. I'd like to first note that the full administrative record for the resolution necessity hearing is in the agenda packet. The presentation that we're providing here is a summary of information in the packet. As you noted, this hearing tonight is for 3 parcels that are owned by 2 separate owners that are needed to build the downtown BART station emergency egress and ventilation facility. 2 of those parcels have residential and commercial tenants. As the board will recall, we provided an overview recently about the real estate acquisition process. Given the subject of tonight's hearings, we feel it's appropriate to provide the board with an update and overview about the relocation assistance that VTA provides to occupants, residential and commercial, of properties that we need to acquire. We're required to provide assistance by federal and state law. And in 2018, following the adoption of the plan for the BART Phase 2 extension, the board, after public comment, adopted a relocation plan that outlines all the types of assistance and how it's provided. And I just want to say that VTA is very aware that when we do these projects, that we really are obligated to work with businesses and residents, because we are touching people's livelihoods and their dreams of both the workers and the owners. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Karen Edelman. Karen is with the firm of ARWS. They are VTA's contractors that provide the relocation agents and the individual assistance to the occupants in properties. Karen, if we could have the next slide, please, to Board Secretary.
Good evening, board members. My name is Karen Edelman, and as Ron mentioned, we have been working with VTA to create a plan for this project and the program implementation. What you'll see in front of you is just information about what Ron just expressed, how we are following both federal and state law and implementing regulations, and that all of this was laid out in the relocation plan adopted by the board in 2018. Next slide, please. I think it's very important that to make sure everyone understands that federal law requires that there are certain project assurances. And among those are what you see in front of you: uniform treatment, fair program implementation, equitable assistance, relocation assistance program information and assistance, so that we are there to provide information to the occupants, and that no displaced person will suffer disproportionate injury as a result of the project designed to benefit the public as a whole. There's a minimum 90-day advance written notice of required move, and we give far more than that, and then a right to appeal. Next slide, please. The assistance that's available really falls into 2 categories. The first is about households. We have a few households on the property that are being impacted, a total of 9, and that our relocation advisors are eager to work with each of those households, make sure that everybody understands the assistance that's available. We're available to help them look for replacement housing, understand their rights, and find comparable replacement housing that is decent, safe, and sanitary, and within their financial means. We also provide assistance with all moving costs related to that move from that dwelling. And then lastly, if there's an increase in rent, our goal is to provide assistance for 42 months to help offset that increase in rent and make it affordable to the households. Next slide, please. The other category of assistance is for businesses. There are several businesses in the project area, and our relocation advisory assistance is to come alongside those businesses and help them understand what they're eligible to receive under the relocation assistance program, answer their questions, sit down with them, and help them understand the entire process. We help them search for replacement sites, file claims for payment, work alongside them for permitting processes with the cities, and just generally provide the support needed to make sure they can successfully relocate. We also provide payments, moving payments for the cost to move personal property. That includes disconnecting, moving, reconnecting that personal property, planning for the move of that equipment, whatever we can do to help support the business with its planned relocation efforts. There's also reestablishment payment, and it does have a cap of $25,000 to help the business reestablish at a new site. I want to be very clear that There is no cap on the moving expense payment to move the business from point A to point B, but there is a cap on the reestablishment payment for that covers general tenant improvements, the new site, increased operating expenses, et cetera. And if a business chooses to, they can, in lieu of the moving cost and the reestablishment payment, a business can choose an in lieu payment. The payment is between $1,000 and $40,000. And we work with the business to see if they qualify for that. And some smaller businesses choose that as a good alternative for them. So that is a very quick overview summary of the Relocation Assistance Program. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Great. Thank you, Karen. If you have the next slide, please. As we mentioned before, when the board adopted the environmental clearance for the BART Phase 2 extension in 2018, that applied to all the properties that were identified as needed for the project. And the basis for that decision was to identify both the project design and the list of properties that would better meet the standards for eminent domain than any other option. The standards for use of eminent domain that apply to this resolution necessity hearing for acquisition of individual properties are that the public interest and necessity require the project, that the project is planned or located to be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury, that the property in the resolution is necessary for the project, and an offer of just compensation has been made. And by just compensation, we mean fair market value as set by appraisal. And also as a reminder to the board, price is not an issue for a resolution of necessity hearing. Next slide, please. This map shows the two sets of parcels that are needed, the 3 parcels and 2 owners for the downtown BART station emergency egress and ventilation facility in downtown San Jose. Next slide, please. So the first property we'll consider is at 75 East Santa Clara Street. It's our parcel B3220. The owner is BSREP2 SJ Towers, LLC. And the present use of the property is commercial. It's the property that we need is part of a larger complex, and the owner owns 2 mid-rise office buildings on the site. The area that we need is a 4,755 square foot temporary construction easement that's needed to give us enough room to build that emergency egress and ventilation facility. We made an offer on December 17th, 2021. We've been having a sort of a slow motion discussion back and forth with the owner. I will say that in advance of this hearing, the owner has engaged more substantively, and we believe that we are relatively close to an agreement with them. However, because of the time, we are asking the board to adopt the resolution necessity. If the board does adopt the resolution necessity, we will continue our negotiations with the owner and are hopeful that we'll be able to resolve matters quickly. Next slide, please. And this shows you the parcel we're talking about. On the right, you can see one of the 2 mid-rise office buildings, and then you can see cross-hashed is the property. Currently, it basically has a series of kind of basketball court and amenities for tenants of the office complex. And of course, as a temporary construction easement, once we are done with the project, we'll return the property to the owner and restore the improvements that we had to remove. That concludes the presentation for this parcel, Chair, and I will stop if there's any comments by either property owner or questions from the members.
Thank you, Ron, and thank you, Karen. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID B220 owned by BSREP2 SJ Towers LLC, a Delaware limited liability company?
I don't see any hands raised, Chair Jones.
Okay. Are there any questions from my colleagues? And I see Director Chavez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I almost called you Vice Mayor Chair. There you go. You got all the titles. And colleagues, I apologize for my screen not being off. My connection's a little unstable. So if it starts to work, I'll pop back on. But my question is, this parcel and the parcel that I presume we'll discuss next are contiguous. So I'm wondering, does it make sense to ask questions now, or would you prefer that we ask questions based on the specific parcel? let me ask, maybe I'll just ask this question and then the staff can tell me if this is appropriate or not. The parcel that's needed in back is in part needed for both construction space. Well, is all needed for construction space. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Parcel B3220 is simply needed to give us enough room to be able to build the facility.
Could you talk a little bit about why that is necessary, and specifically on another parcel that we'll be discussing, there's a lot of questions about whether or not we can move in one direction or another, and why that whole parcel would be necessary relative to the parcel next to it, which is the large tower, the San Jose towers to the right.
So the next property that we'll consider in the hearing are the two parcels that sit above the parcel that's crosshatched, the two properties at front on Santa Clara Street. And we know, because the interest and ideas have been there, that presentation does have kind of a more detailed depiction of what the engineering and construction is. And so I would suggest that if we want to hold off on questions about the details of the engineering and kind of the room that we need, it might work better to do that after that presentation. The purpose for this one is really because we are not aware of any specific opposition, is just to explain to the board what the purpose of the property here was, which is for the construction staging area.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director. I don't see any other hands raised from my colleagues, so we're going to go to the next item. Before we go to the next item, Ron, I just want to make a disclosure that there was a letter submitted by the San Jose Small Business Advisory Task Force, which I serve as chair on that task force. It's one of the many hats that I wear. And so that task force advocates for small and disadvantaged businesses in San Jose. But I'm wearing my VTA hat right now, and so I'm looking out for the interests of both small businesses as well as VTA. So I just want to make that disclosure. And Ron, take it away.
Great, thank you. If we could have the next slide. Okay, so the next property, and this is parcel B3213 at 9197 East Santa Clara Street. We are aware that the owner is here and the owner would like to make comments after the presentation. And I believe we have at least one and possibly two of the tenants here who wish to speak. So this property is currently two separate parcels with two separate buildings that involves on one building retail on the ground floor and apartments above on the second floor, and on the other building is one story with retail. The total area is 7,659 square feet. Now the acquisition is a little bit complex because we need the entire property to be able to do the construction. However, when we are done with the construction, the property interest that we need on the surface is 3,575 square feet for a fee interest. So the acquisition is that fee interest. Then what we're doing is we're acquiring a temporary construction easement for the portion that is not the fee. And then once we are done, we will return the temporary construction easement, the 4,084 square feet, to the owner. However, underneath it, underground, there will be a 3,200 square foot transit facilities easement because of the underground improvements that will be under the parcel that we return. We made an offer to the owner on June 17th, 2022. We have not received a counter offer. This is an owner that we first began communicating with in 2017 during the draft period for the BART Phase 2 environmental document, and have been in touch since then. And during a series of meetings over the years, we've kind of discussed a whole range of items. After we made the offer, shortly after that, the owner stopped replying to our emails and phone calls, and we re-engaged when we provided the notice for the resolution necessity hearing in September. If I could have the next slide, please. And this graphic shows the two parcels that are above the prior parcels at front of Santa Clara. And I realize this is a very busy graphic, but what you can see on the right in the red crosshatched is the footprint for the permanent facilities once construction is done. That is where we're buying the fee interest. The rest of the parcel, which is both the red and blue slash and also blue slash, is the temporary construction easement. And then the area that's just the red slash is the subsurface transit facilities easement that we're acquiring. If I have the next slide, please. So what I'd like to do now is really provide a bit more insight. And, in our discussions earlier this year, the owner had proposed to VTA that rather than put this on property, we should put this in the courtyard property between their property and the mid-rise building at 2nd and Santa Clara. The BART Phase 2 team has evaluated that proposal and spent a considerable amount of time considering the issues to understand why that could or couldn't work. And so my next series of slides will really explain those findings. I thought, though, first it would be helpful to understand why we need these facilities. What you see in front of you basically is how the downtown BART station works. And you can see the 700-foot BART platform in blue. And on the right side, you can see the primary head house, which is between Market and First Street. That provides ingress and egress, and as well as tunnel station ventilation. Then in the middle of the platform, you see the secondary head house. And that secondary head house also provides ingress and egress. And then finally, at the left of the image, at the end of the platform, we need a way for patrons who may be on that platform in the event of an emergency, if there's not a safe way to exit back down the platform, to be able to exit to the east or to the left, both to exit the tunnel, but then also for safety purposes, we need a facility that can draw smoke out of the tunnel itself. And so that is what this facility is about, is the third piece that is necessary for the downtown station to ensure that there is sufficient emergency egress per life safety standards and that we are able to evacuate smoke from the tunnel if necessary. And I will say that this location is somewhat governed by the fact of these points of egress have to be within 100 feet of the tunnel, and we are at that limit at this location. I also want to share with the board that one of the reasons that the September hearing was postponed was really to consider some innovation options. And the particular innovation option we considered is for the station design, there's a consideration of a south entrance at 2nd and Santa Clara. And we wanted to explore whether or not that facility might be able to accommodate the ventilation requirements as well as the ingress and egress and emergency facilities. We have looked at that, and given the dimensions of the site, which is just slightly larger rather than the secondary head house, and the need for us to build very deep shoring walls to do the excavation work there, there is simply not room to put the ventilation facilities in that other location. And that was the additional innovation piece that we wanted to consider. I got the next slide, please. When we talk about this kind of a facility, sometimes I think it's hard to understand how large this is. And so we're providing this graphic to give you a sense of the scale. What you see at the bottom is the tunnel. Essentially what this facility is, it's an 8-story building. And it's an 8-story building where we have to dig a hole about 120 feet in the ground. And the hole has to be bigger so we can construct it. Once we build the structure, then we have to fill it up. And when we're done, what sticks about up of the surface are basically the exit stairwell and the chimney that provides the ventilation. So what you see here in the graphic at the left is the tunnel platform, and you can see the emergency egress that lets patrons exit to the left, get to a stairwell, come to the surface, and safely exit. And then if you recall the prior discussion at meetings about ventilation and the ventilation under the tracks, what you see then are the dampers that basically draw air out of the tunnel, and the adit, that mine section, is nearly as big as the tunnel itself. Then it goes into a large underground structure that's 60 feet wide and then moves the air to the surface. And to deal with the volume of air we're talking about, it has to be a very large structure to be able to make that engineering work. If I get the next slide, please. So the owner had said to us, why don't you take this facility and put it in the courtyard between our property, their property, and the mid-rise office building, which you'll see in this image is kind of the trees in that area. There was really no other analysis or guidance we were given. So we looked at that. And the challenge that we faced is that the courtyard is 51 feet wide. And beyond the width of the courtyard, there would be a need for additional shoring walls. There's just not enough room to build in the courtyard. So we sort of said, well, what might be the workable alternative that the owner is really proposing here? And that would be to use the courtyard plus the 1-story building that's next to the courtyard, but leave the 2-story building in place. And so what you see in these two graphics on the left is what's been environmentally cleared. And these are graphics that show how the construction works in terms of the elements of the construction projects and what's needed. What you see on the right is then what would be the alternative construction area and what are the elements that are needed for that construction. As you can see just visually, we end up with a much smaller construction area and it creates a number of challenges. The first I'll say is that the red circle you see is the swing of the crane. And you can see how the swing of the crane is potentially in conflict with the existing building, but also right up against the office building. And what this will do is it will force us to do the construction in a more labor-intensive and expensive manner, where essentially, because we have to restrict how the crane swings, we'll go to one area, set it up, do some work, then tear it down, move it to another area, set it up, do some work, tear it down, move it to another area. And all of that additional staging will require the construction to go longer, at least 6 to 12 months or longer, in addition to the several years of construction that is here. There's also other issues that we believe are presented by this. From the construction perspective, you can see on the right that we would need to set up a truck staging area on 3rd Street, which we do not need as a clear alternative to be able to move material in and out. We would also need to close the Paseo Mercurio walkway between 2nd and 3rd Street to have the additional room. I do need to note that with this construction alternative, we would have to close the ground floor of the office building that opens onto the courtyard. And that ground floor is meeting space, classrooms, and amenity space for the tenants in there. And we know that we certainly would have a claim for damages from that building owner for the impact we would create to leasability of the building. And we believe we may have a claim from them, from the tenants, in terms of what we've taken away from their use and enjoyment of the building. Finally, I also want to note that while this is something that we think might be done, it really is at the limit of constructability. And we also have concerns about what this would mean for the remaining tenants in the existing building. You can see that we have a very large-scale construction project just on the other side of the wall. The additional length in construction means the trucks will be in front of the business for up to a year or longer. Because the building is built to shallow foundation, despite our best efforts, we think there's a significant risk of significant settlement and damage to the building. And so again, I just want to emphasize that we see this alternative as being at the limits of constructability. If I could have the next slide, please. Now, this slide shows the after picture. So this is what it looks like after the construction. Again, on the left, you see what is the environmentally cleared plan for the BART Phase 2 extension. The pinkish area is the ventilation and emergency egress facility. You can see how it exits to the stairs. The dotted lines you see are the underground components, and then the added or the mine sections to the tunnel on Santa Clara Street. What is left is this area that we have called potential building, that blue square. That would be an area that could have a new building built on that location. And even with the subsurface easement, we believe that that building could easily be 3 stories and a mixed-use building. We've done architectural plans on it to satisfy ourselves of the viability. That would have commercial uses on the ground floor and 2 stories of either apartments or offices above it. And potentially, depending on design engineering, it might be possible to go another story. You can see on the right that because we shift things over a little bit to the right, while we preserve the existing building, the permanent facility has to go into the courtyard and be there in the permanent condition. We have the next slide, please. So this slide is a comparison of what are the impacts, both from the proposed site in the environmentally cleared plan and the owner's proposal. And this was evaluated in terms of constructability, schedule impacts, and project costs. So to sum up, as you've heard me talking about, the constructability would be much more challenging to build and take longer and have more impacts. And we also have to acquire more right-of-way and more street space to do the construction. From a scheduled construction, because the courtyard is not part of the environmental clearance for the BART project, we would have to obtain a new environmental clearance. That would take at least 12 months, potentially 24 months or more to obtain that clearance. Because we cannot obtain property until we finish an environmental review, property acquisition would happen after that new environmental clearance. Property acquisition, depending on the nature of the process and potentially if it had to go through a full court action, could be 12 to 18 months for acquisition. And so really we're looking at potentially 24 to 36 months or more of delay to the project. And when you look at both the additional cost of construction because of the complications I mentioned, as well as the delay cost to the project, we're looking well over $200 million in additional cost to the project. And while I don't have a way at present of calculating the cost, I'm fairly confident that there would be a claim and we would have to pay damages to both the building next door for the loss of leasability of their space and potentially to those tenants. Now, finally, I'd like to offer a couple other thoughts, which is that we are aware that there's a lot of discussion about potentially delaying consideration. I want to assure the board that through the environmental planning process, all other potential options were considered. And the reason we ended up at this location is there were not other engineering locations that could meet the engineering requirements in a superior manner. That is true. That was true in 2018. With the delay we've done to look at both the site across the street I mentioned earlier, as well as the owner's proposal, as well as other ideas we had, there is no other options viable. We are aware, we learned at the same time the board did, that the owners now has other ideas that are being presented about how this could be done differently without any kind of engineering or design analysis. I will share that, based on what we know, and a lot of it's kind of different issues from different stages of the project that they're bringing up, that the alternatives that you see there really would be inferior with respect to the legal standards for eminent domain in terms of that balancing of public good and private injury. The final point that I'd like to make is that another consideration for this project is we've been working with the owner for some time. If the board adopts a resolution of necessity, we do need to start working with the businesses and the residents who are there on relocation. At the time we made the offer, we did contact all of the tenants to provide them a notice of eligibility, and also to sit down and explain this process and work with them. Since then, they've chosen not to work with us. We know that there's been a great deal of confusion in some of the comments, and so we've reached out to some of those tenants about some of the confusion we've heard. And I will tell you that at least 2 of the commercial tenants have expressed that if the board does adopt a resolution of necessity, that after that, they would sit down and start working with us. I will say that with respect to the residential tenants, at the time we made the offer, we had asked the owner to provide us a list of the names and addresses of the residential tenants. Those tenants have the right to know the relocation assistance to which they're entitled. And I will say that we have made multiple requests for that information and it has not been provided. So at this point, we are unaware of what knowledge the residential tenants have of their rights to relocation assistance. So that concludes my presentation. I do want to let the board know that we do have various representatives from the BART Phase 2 project that were involved in the planning, the environmental review, and the environmental analysis, as well as from the engineering staff that are available to answer questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID B3213 owned by Gold Rock Holdings LLC, a California limited liability company?
Chair Jones, I do see a Rahan Jalil with their hand raised. So I will go ahead and unmute them.
And Rahan will get 5 minutes to speak.
Yeah, so thank you so much for giving the time. Can you please present my slides? Okay, first line. Well, thanks so much for the time. I think as it was presented, Ron presented 4 key requirements, but somehow conveniently not have the baseline requirement, which is actually listed right in the same document above those 4 requirements that which in the environmental report is there should be no discrimination. And I can tell you through this slides with data clearly that there has been, there's been a breach on that. So let's go to the next slide. And so just simply a cut paste from the document itself. Just a quick overview for the people who don't know. These are 2 tenants which have employed 22 employees. Freddy and Enso Club has been there for over 14 years. Mexico Bakery for probably over 20 years, have 12 employees and their families kind of account on it. The next slide, please. And this is another resident and their apartments right on top of it. Going to the next slide. This is really this space in the front. And I'll tell you that the VTA's information about how big this space on the left is actually incorrect. And I will actually share that as part of it. It's just not 51 feet. Anybody can go measure it, and it is not something debatable. And that's the space on the left, which is simply a courtyard, is an empty space. And I'll address that in follow-on slides also. If you go to the next slide, number 5, you will actually see that this on the back, which calls the empty lot on the back, that's a courtyard lot. But that's actually a basketball court. And the very first thing I'll tell you in case of, let's just call it, differential treatment, VT has offered for that empty lot 3 times more what they're offering for this corner lot for the construction easement. What is the reason for that? And it's almost the same size, right? Similarly, what they're offering to Mexico Bakery and Enso Club is literally perhaps 3 months of rent of that empty lot, which they're actually offering to these businesses. Definitely, differential treatment, which they're actually doing, and we don't understand the reason for it. It's a fact. Best of understanding is a fact. And I'll also share with you what other things which actually is making it hard for these businesses. But it's something for board to know. It's actually not just compensation. That standard is also not being met. And this is just raw data. Something for you to look at. Going on to the next slide. Also, when we talk about environmental report and how this thing is compliant, actually, if you go to the next slide, in this corner, in the next slide, sorry, after that, if in the 2018 environmental report, this corner was actually supposed to be 45,000 square feet of space, which was not such a vent and a highly impaired corner in which you cannot build much actually, was supposed to be there, in which retail has to be there in the bottom, the vent and the place had to be covered. On top, there was 10,000 square feet of space on top of it, in the bottom and the floor. You can look at the document itself. And that was the spirit, and that was represented in 2018 document, that the corner will be utilized properly. Now what we're seeing, if you go to the next slide and slide after that, next slide after that, this thing protrudes underneath into this corner in such that it's pretty much very impaired corner, and this vent actually is on its own. There's nothing on top of it, and you cannot build anything on top of it. So the way the design is done is not really even compliant with the 2018, what was represented that this is going to be not impaired corner. This actually heavily impairs this corner itself. If you go to the next slide, I mean, right now, if you look at it, many cities actually have the egress, the main station egress, it's actually on the sidewalk. Here, an emergency egress, which hopefully never will be used, is actually utilized in the building. Go to the next slide. Even VTAs suggesting sidewalk entrances other places, right? 2 blocks. Why can it be here? Why cannot it be constructed? We don't understand. Go to the next slide. Even on Diridon station, there is actually emergency egress on the sidewalk, and why it cannot be here. If you go to the next slide. And here we would simply, if possible, it should be looked at in the sidewalk itself. If you go to the next slide, this is very important. There is actually misrepresentation, inaccuracies in this analysis, which actually is mind-boggling to us. You know where it says 71 feet? This is not 71 feet. This is 96 feet of space between the 2 walls. We don't understand that it cannot be just incompetence. I mean, how can it be that VT doesn't know what this space is? And our analysis is done. And this is a fact. I welcome you, go to Google Earth, measure yourself, take your inch tape, measure yourself. This is not 71 feet. How can you miss 28 feet and do this analysis? You're doing engineering analysis of this space and making recommendation on it. How can it be? Then if you look at it, there's no open spaces here, which is going to be removing. There's no open spaces. If you look at even VTAs side by side, it's the same. There's no relocation needed. It's actually on the basement, there's some office space, three office spaces. When they talk about base, floor to be closed, they're talking about basement, which is the 3 office. There's no relocation needed. There's no offices there. Some meeting spaces are there for sure. And then if you go to
sorry, but the 5 minutes is over. We have to go to the next speaker. Thank you for your presentation.
Chair Jones, and the next speaker will be Freddie Jackson, who's was announced that he was a tenant. So would you like the clock at 5 minutes or?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Freddie Jackson is one of the tenants, so we'll start the clock at 5 minutes.
Ron, do we, is normally the property owner that gets 5 minutes?
Chair, I think initially you said 1 minute, but I believe this is at your discretion.
But I mean, it's just the normal process. It's property owner.
Typically, we would give tenants 1 minute.
Okay. I'm going to give the tenant 2 minutes since it is my discretion. So go ahead.
Okay.
Right.
Freddie, you may begin speaking when ready. Freddie, you are unmuted now, so you may begin speaking when ready. Okay. Chair Jones, I can go to the next speaker. We
Yes.
have,
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
yes.
I'm sorry. I'm technically not good. Thank you for having me. I will try and be as quick as I can. I'm a 21-year resident in this building. I've owned the place now almost 14 years. Rayhan, those guys have been very, very good for me. We are obviously not interested in moving. We've never been. I've expressed that to the relocation team. We've vehemently said you're going to put us out of business by trying to do this. The relocation package is not suitable for what I do. I'm a nightclub. I have a very, very expensive business that we're not being compensated for. And we feel that they're not taking enough time, ample time to explore other options. Like we said, there's so many inaccuracies to what they're trying to build, the measurements and so on and so forth. We feel like we're being either picked on or discriminated against in a sense where they're not truly trying to find a solution for us. We've now just started getting a lot of phone calls and feedback since we went public as far as like the relocation team, which I spoke to this morning. And Ron, you are misrepresenting what we are saying. Yes, we have to work with you guys if this doesn't go well for us. No, we do not want to work with you guys because we don't want this to happen. We are not for sale and we do not want to move. And I want to make sure that is extremely clear. We like what we do. I like what I do. I'm dependent on location as a nightclub. You can't just move me anywhere and hopefully I'll be good. You're playing with my life and my livelihood that I've built up over XYZ amount of years. So we feel like it's extremely unfair to be putting us in this position when you have ample room to construct what you need or move it. You guys don't even have a final plan for the BART. Is it over under? Is it side by side tracks? You don't even have a final plan yet. So can you please hold off on changing our lives until we get that stuff finalized so we can move forward then? Thank you.
Okay, the second tenant is Gerald Circos.
Okay.
You may begin speaking when ready, Gerald.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gerald Circo. I've lived at the building since 2015. I'm a longtime resident. And first off, I'd just like to say that San Jose needs more landowners and property owners like the Jewels. They've been very gracious to all of their tenants there. And they seem to be the ones being punished disproportionately out of everybody that's been affected in San Jose because of these changes. Of course, San Jose needs more public transportation. Everybody's aware of that. And nobody wants to delay this process. However, in all due fairness, there are a lot of business owners that are being negatively impacted in a way that is impacting the future of San Jose and these businesses. Freddie has been such a part of the scene in San Jose, and more club owners should be Freddie. I mean, these are people that have worked so hard to build their businesses and communities around their businesses, and seeing minority business owners impacted in this way because of public transportation that will benefit other residents that are being brought into the city is just hard to see, as these business owners have become such a part of the soul of San Jose. And just speaking for myself as just a resident that lives above Freddie's establishment, I've never had a problem. I mean, he's been an excellent business owner, and I've frequented his establishment. And myself, I will be very adversely impacted just as a resident. This will essentially serve as my eviction from San Jose, and my job is here, and everything else that I have is here. So this will essentially serve as not just mine, but other residents in the building's eviction from San Jose. Even though these packages, I don't know what that will be offered, but I know they won't be substantial enough to keep us in San Jose with the level of grace and that the Jewels have had in terms of rent and ongoing agreements. They've been amazing property owners, and all of these business owners, Freddie and Jose, They've been nothing but amazing, and seeing them treated in this way and all the residents being evicted from their homes is very, very discouraging to see. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Miriam Jalil, Chair Jones, to my knowledge, is also a property owner. So would you like me to put 5 minutes?
She is one of the other owners of the Gold Rock LLC, Chair.
So it would be just a minute.
1 minute?
Yes.
Okay. Miriam, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, thank you for your time. I just wanted to reiterate what Rahan had talked about, that VTA has withheld information. They've not dealt in good faith. What Mr. Ron VTA has provided us, the timeline has been inaccurate. We'd be happy to support that if we had more time. We've had community-wide support from the community, and all we're asking right now is that you not rush this vote, review the info in detail, let it sink in. Don't make this important decision right now, especially in light of the fact that you still haven't finalized the design as far as the southern entrance, Western Dental, and you haven't finalized the design about the side-by-side. If you choose a Western Dental one, that itself will take environmental review of 18 months. Ron Golden neglected to mention that. But most importantly, there has been a breach of the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, just by the fact that they've given us 1/3 less compensation, that the exactly similar land next door shows this. Thank you so much for your time.
And Chair Jones, would you like to take public comment now, or would you?
Yes.
Okay. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. We're having a heavy evening with these items tonight. I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to offer that you've been offering an item 4 all through the fall, these sort of items about how to work land issues with the future of BART planning, and it's kind of a difficult time, and I just wanted to thank yourselves that it seems there was some good words about federal agencies that were offered today to help answer questions about the process. And I just wanted to note that we've been doing this all fall now, and good luck how much longer we'll have to continue this process at this time at each agenda item for the Board of Directors meeting each month. Thank you for your time. Good luck in your efforts.
Thank you. And Chair Jones, just a note for the record, we did receive written public comment from the following: Miriam Rahan Jalil, Freddie Jackson, Jose Landon, Gerald Circo, and Abby Gurma. And that is all for public comment.
Great. Thank you. We'll now close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board and Director Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as the wearing both the VTA hat, but also as the council representative for the downtown area and for these business owners, this is indeed a difficult discussion today and decision. And so I do have some questions and want to see if we can offer some clarification, because there's clearly a difference of opinion here from the property owners. And I will say the Jalils have been tremendous property owners and worked with the city there. And the businesses there have been a staple long time. Anybody that went into downtown back in the 90s and early 2000s remembers Mission Ale House prior to the location, or at that location as it was. It's been the business has been an operating bar for a long time. Mexico Bakery, tremendous business. It happens to be business that many city employees go to. So we're very familiar with the properties here, and as our chair pointed out, in regards to looking at them as small businesses, something that we're very sympathetic to as well, and want to ensure that we are doing all that we can to avoid impact. So I'll say that our interest is to avoid any and all property takes, whether they're permanent or temporary, through this entire process. And at the same time, I think we knew it was almost inevitable as we began this process that we would likely come to this point. I specifically fought to ensure that we had a single bore tunnel versus the twin bore to try and avoid even more both business and property impacts throughout the development of BART Phase 2. And I appreciate the support that we've had from both this board and the BART team in getting that important decision. I think that has minimized these types of discussions, albeit here we are with a difficult one today. So, Ron, there were some discrepancies in regards to the presentation from the property owner and that they pointed out, and I wanted to see if you can speak to them and if you have a response to those. There was a discrepancy that was pointed out in regards to the courtyard being, 50-something feet versus 60-something feet. The entirety of the development area there of 71 feet as displayed in the VTA slide versus what they were describing as 96 feet. We'll start with those and then I'll bring up a couple others after.
Sure. So I think, Member Perales, what I'd like to do is refer this question to the engineering team, because really, I think this is a question about the survey work and the engineering work and how this is done. And if Sarah Hersom's available, if I could ask you, Sarah, to respond.
I am. Hi, Director Perales. So yes, the depending on the different exhibits that you look at, I think sometimes the dimensions can be misinterpreted or misleading in terms of kind of how they're what the basis is.
And if you don't mind, could we pull up one of those images that kind of demonstrated the workable space, just so we have a reference to look at while you talk about it?
Sure. If I could ask the board secretary to go back to the slide that showed the two proposals in the construction. It's in my presentation, if you could go backwards. Next one. Thank you.
So I think, what I can confirm is that the project's design is based on topographic survey, which is collected both aerially and physically on site, and then validated as part of the this property acquisition process via plats and labels. And the survey documents are signed off on by registered engineers and licensed land surveyors. So, the 62 feet versus 71 feet versus 51 feet is all in reference to probably different benchmarks in terms of the physical limits of both adjacent buildings. But, I can confirm that the dimensions that we use in terms of this analysis are based on verified physical survey limits of the building.
Okay, so you're speaking in complete confidence, if we're challenged on these numbers, right, as we're being today, just sort of in public comment, but if we're challenged on these numbers, that the data that we have is factual.
Absolutely. We're confident to fractions of a foot, yes.
Okay, thank you. There were a couple other comments. One of them was in regards to the smaller exits. So there was a display of images of some of the smaller exits that could, appear on sidewalks. And so maybe, Ron, you want to take this one back to you, but you showed us sort of what the top of this site ultimately is going to look like based on, the ventilation and what we have underneath. Why is it ultimately this could not fit, say, in a really small footprint on the sidewalk?
Yeah, I think I'll offer an answer, and I think perhaps Sarah, if you want to fill in if there's any points that I missed. I think what I was hearing in the presentation by the owner was about egress, and this is a facility that has to provide both egress and ventilation. And what really drives the dimensions are the room that you need to have for both the egress and the ventilation, and it's about room coming off the tunnel. And so these things have to be located in a certain way relative to the tunnel. And you have to think about the area for construction. And so I think that, we can have a discussion about just the egress and whether those facilities fit on the sidewalk. And I think there's pretty serious issues about whether those really work in a downtown setting because of the narrow sidewalks and how large they are, but they don't really respond to the ventilation requirement.
And those are two, although they're built on the same site, you can't have, say, the ventilation as part of the egress. They're two separate structures. The ventilation
yes.
isn't of itself.
Yes, I mean, this is a basic, and I think everyone can appreciate from sort of fire life safety codes that when you have people exiting, that has to be an entirely separate area within the structure with its own ventilation, so they're not exposed to the smoke that might be being exhausted out of the tunnel through that area and then up a chimney.
Okay, so imagery of seeing kind of some of the smaller egress that may be on sidewalks is likely just imagery of egress, and it clearly is not including a ventilation system. Okay.
That is correct. And I want to emphasize that, you know, the requirements to build the underground station, you have to have both egress and you have to have ventilation.
Thank you. Could you maybe stay on the slide or go back a slide? Maybe if you go back a slide, you've got the vacant kind of basketball / courtyard area where you were mentioning that we're looking at that as a temporary acquisition or property take and for staging. Was that looked at as well? And sorry, it wasn't a slide, but there was a slide where you were kind of showing the temporary, the first parcel that we
yes.
on.
Yeah, if you want to go back, I think it's about 3 slides for the board secretary. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're looking at this parcel here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this, we just heard it right. This is a parcel for temporary easement, correct?
Yes.
Was this looked at as a swap where could we have done the ventilation shaft and egress in this location, or why not? And was that analyzed in exchange for the properties that we're looking at?
Sure. I think maybe there's 2 parts to that. I think if I could ask Sarah to talk about sort of the engineering considerations about sort of pulling this entire facility to the parcel you've identified. And then I think if there are other questions, I might ask Samantha from the environmental team to talk about the evaluation of this site, you know, when we're doing the planning and the environmental clearance.
So I think from sort of an engineering constructability standpoint, I think, fundamentally, the reason we need the entire site, which would be the corner parcel adjacent to 3rd and Santa Clara, plus the parcel shown on the screen, is there's a minimum footprint that's really needed for, sort of basic constructability. I think I'll offer, this is a very deep excavation, as Ron mentioned, 90 feet deep, plus the slurry walls along the perimeter, which are 4 feet thick by about 150 feet deep. And that requires very large, heavy, sort of cumbersome construction equipment to install the slurry walls and excavate the site. So, having a site that's sort of shaped like, an L, which is what would be required to avoid use of the corner property, is very, very, very impactful from a constructability standpoint, as Ron went through. So regardless of whether the facility is on the, parcel that we're talking about, sort of the Mexico Bakery and Courtyard, or the property behind, you have the same level of really significant challenges from a constructability standpoint that would add significant time, cost, and to some extent feasibility to actually construct this without using the site that the corner building is situated on.
Okay, which was as was demonstrated in the slide, like the equipment, crane equipment, not necessarily fitting in that space, the delay in time based on having to take that down and move it back up of 12 to 24 months of construction time, and then an additional potentially 12 to 18 months, as you were stating, because we'd have to analyze CEQA and stuff, and then ultimately potentially you were stating 200 million, Ron, right, of increased cost. And Sarah, just to confirm, as you've mentioned, whether we're constructing that on the Mexico Bakery and the patio, or we're constructing in the back courtyard, it's a similar challenge that we're running into.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. The other piece, and the last piece was the compensation offers. There was the accusation of, hey, these compensation offers were, not equitable when it came to the different parcels. What can you respond to that, Ron?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, we work with each owner, and we don't make the offers and negotiations public because that's the nature of doing negotiations. But just to explain how we make offers, we by law have to offer just compensation, which is defined as fair market value set by appraisal. So both for the property on screen now, as well as the Gold Rock property, for both of those, we have an appraiser that looked at those properties. And so they did their appraisal, and this is based on highest and best use of the property. And I'll try not to use too many appraisal terms here, but essentially it's the use that creates the highest value based on all the considerations for zoning and economics and so on. And then we have that appraiser reviewed by a second appraiser. And then because both of these properties are valuable enough, we then have the Federal Transit Administration do a third review. And even for ourselves, when we look at this, it's absolutely about being consistent and equitable in how we treat folks. And so I really don't understand that statement, but I can assure the board that based on the reviews, that the compensation that's been proposed is consistent, it is fair, it meets the standard. And when we do negotiate compensation, I mean, as we've talked about before, appraisal is not an exact science, and different appraisers can come to different conclusions. And there's certainly room for negotiation, and we're certainly ready to do that if the owners wish to negotiate with us on price.
So safe to say your level of confidence, you're fully confident there's not some inclusion of discrimination or discriminatory tactics here that went into the appraisal offers?
Absolutely not. And I can assure you that, if folks don't have confidence in that the Federal Transit Administration would ensure that did not occur.
Okay. So even if there's a concern of that, we have a safety check for that.
That's right. And we have the written concurrence from the FTA based on the review of the appraisals for both this property and the Gold Rock property.
Okay. So two last questions, because I know that's obviously was the request from the property owner. One of them was here, which is a request for delay. Can you describe what happens if we don't make this resolution of necessity vote today?
I think one of the concerns we have, so there's the acquisition of the property, and there's the relocation of the tenants. And based on the project schedule, the date that we're obliged to turn the property over to the contractor, both in terms of their contract, but also to maintain the project schedule, if we have tenants starting tomorrow, they have about 14 months to complete that relocation. And we believe that 14 months is really the minimum time to be comfortable that a successful relocation can occur. And our concern is that if we are delaying this beyond tonight, just if for no other reason, I think there's a question whether sort of with the new board and a lot of turnover in January happened, would it be 1 or 2 months out? Essentially, we get to a point where, aside from any other consideration, we'd have to have additional project delay just to give tenants a reasonable amount of time so they can make their relocation and have a chance to reestablish themselves. And again, as you know, when we're talking about delay at this point, we're talking about many millions of dollars a month. And so that would be the concern, is that that really this would impact the tenant relocation. And I think, as you've heard us say, going back to when we did the planning for this and going back to the previous review we've done, we wish there was an alternative that didn't result in this situation and this level of contention and potentially the need to take this to court. If there was, we would do that, but there's not another alternative, and additional time is not going to create an alternative where it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, thank you. As I started my comments, obviously I did too. That was the hope and the intent coming out of my office, that we could minimize or potentially eliminate any decisions like this. But again, I think kind of saw that as the work started to progress, that may be challenging and yet inevitable as we are here today. And I would not be against a delay if it looked like we had a true alternative that was feasible, and one that we could act, a path that we can go down, which is why I was comfortable with the delay that we already took over the last couple months to get us to this level of analysis in exploring a couple of the alternative neighboring sites there as the property owner had requested, and the innovations, Ron, as you pointed out, and the potential of could we do this across the street? Could we do this in one of the other potential innovations that were suggested by our contractor? And unfortunately, I don't think we have that, and I don't think a delay would grant us that. In fact, I think a delay, say putting us at early into January, where we're going to have such a turnover on this board, with a contentious vote like this would likely lead to potentially even more delay to get the board up to speed, which is why, even though this is a difficult decision, I was encouraging the staff to get this in front of this board, because of the extensive history and knowledge that I do have with the project and the properties here, and wanting to be able to make this decision with my colleagues today, if indeed we felt we had to. Lastly, say we move forward today, we vote on the record of necessity, or resolution of necessity. What does that look like? You started to describe it already, which was, you know, it would give you 14 months, right, to begin to work with not only the property owner, but the business owners. Can you describe what that looks like? You mentioned a little bit as well on right, the relocation assistance. So can you just kind of paint a picture on, if we move forward with this today, what do the next steps start to look like?
Yeah, I think, well, there's two parts to that. There's the property owner portion. And I think, as we let the board know, even if the board does adopt the resolution of necessity, we would still offer the Gold Rock opportunities, the opportunity to negotiate. If they do not wish to do this, then of course, then we would be taking this to the court and basically letting a judge make a decision about kind of the action here. With respect to the tenants, and I do want to clarify that VTA has not made any offers to any of the tenants and the commercial tenants. I think there's some confusion because in the appraisal property with the owner, there's an inventory of various items and there's some valuation, but that's about the offer to the owner. That's not about the piece to the tenants. And so, you know, we are ready to have our relocation agent sit down with the.
Yeah, she's here though.
I'm sorry, someone else has their mic open. We're ready to sit down with the tenants, and we want to sit down with them to really talk about both how do we start a search for a new location, but also talk to them about the assistance to which they're eligible. And I just want to be clear that with respect to that assistance, you heard Karen talking about it, and really, unless they accept the in lieu amount, and I don't think anyone except a small business would really accept the in lieu amount, it's a process of documentation. So what the relocation agents do, besides helping them with the real estate search, they help with them with the estimating the cost, compiling the documentation so they can submit the claims and we can pay those amounts. And I also do want to say that, you know, there's both the assistance that Karen described, and the other thing that's in there is what's called a loss of goodwill payment. And so even in a scenario where if a business moves and the value of the business is less just by virtue of the new location, maybe it's not as good a location or so on, there's a process, and this is set out in California law, for loss of goodwill. And what it basically means is we work with the business and a business appraiser to look at the value of the business today in the current location, and we look at the value of the business in the new location. And if it's worth less in the new location, then we have to make a payment to the business for that loss of goodwill.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know what we heard the owner of Enzo, Freddie, mention that as well, that it sounded as though he had an understanding of how much a dollar amount would be offered. And just to reiterate, you're saying no dollar amount has been offered, and in fact, it wouldn't be a set dollar amount. It would be something that would be a discussion, a negotiation, where the owner would be presenting their claim for you know what that figure should be. Correct?
Exactly. I mean, there cannot be any kind of announced numbers until we sit down with the tenant and in the business and work through those numbers with them. Okay,
thank you. Yeah, and look, it would be my hope if we move forward with this today that these businesses are able to remain in downtown. And in fact, we have a number of vacancies right along Santa Clara Street. But I think that, you know, these have been some longstanding important small businesses, minority business owners and minority property owner that we would love to retain in the downtown core. And so that would be my hope as well. That concludes my questions. I see some of my colleagues have their hand up. I'm comfortable to hear from them first, but so I won't make a motion, but I would be comfortable with when they're done making a motion for the record of necessity.
And Director Prause, on your last point, if I may add that I think in addition to us working with them, we also work with the city's Office of Economic Development. We work a lot with brokers. So we really do make an effort to kind of beat the bushes and find locations and find it, because I think we understand and value the importance of these businesses, and we want to do our best to help them find a new location in downtown and be successful there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chavez.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Perales for the very thorough, thoughtful questions that you laid out. It answered a number of my questions. I want to go back to the very last issue around a process, just to make sure I understand this. The reference that was made by the property owners to another property, you're saying that that was an appraisal that was reviewed? You believe that?
Well, so just to explain it, when we are making an offer on a property, this is about the property, not about the relocation. When we contact the property owners, we provide a notice of decision to appraise. We ask to meet on site to have our appraiser examine the property, and the property owner is invited to be there for that. And what the appraiser does is they look at both the property itself, they look at the tenants, and then they inventory all of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, things that really might be related more to the real estate, because that's part of what we have to evaluate. And so, that information is evaluated as part of the owner, but that is part of the discussion with the property owner. And when we make an offer, that's addressed in there. And in that process, there are some items of value, but that's not really about the compensation for the owner. That's about how we make, to the businesses, that's about how we make the compensation to the property owner.
But the family, Miriam and her husband, or I'm presuming, I'm sorry, what they're saying is that the property behind them had an offer that was triple their offer. What I'm wondering is, what was that in reference to, or do you know?
Yeah, I mean, that is not at all correct in terms of the dollar value, and so I'm not sure where the triple metric comes from. I don't understand the comment, and I have not heard it before.
Thank you. May I ask, Chairperson Jones, is that appropriate for me to ask the speaker if they could clarify what they were referring to?
Yes, let's do it.
Thank you. I don't know if that's more appropriate for Rahan or Miriam, but if the staff could unmute one of them.
Okay, I will go ahead and unmute Rahan, and if need be, I can unmute Miriam as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for giving this slot. We actually have factual numbers. In fact, it came, Mr. Ron is not correct. That information is actually part of the package that was sent. That's how we found out. Yes, it's confidential, but it's in this package. They're being offered $14,000 per month of rental for almost a similar size land that is marked here. Every month of rent for empty space, which is a basketball court. And what we do, when did our math right away. Before that, we were not looking. We have $3,900 for the similar size land, which is construction easement. And we're scratching our head, like, why we offered this thing and they offer $14,000. It's actually in VTA's document. Mr. Rohan is not correct.
We'd be happy to provide.
And secondly, this dimension that so confidently somebody has said it, I welcome you. I actually emailed you. Just go to Google Earth, measure it, take your inch tape, measure it in this diagram. It is actually more than 95 feet. It is not 97 feet.
Thank you. I just want to ask, when you were saying you saw this was part of a document that you saw that was sent to the property owners of the parcel behind you?
No, it was actually part of the package that came out of the public hearing. In fact, I sent an email to all the board just now because we don't know when we'll get an opportunity to speak. It's in that document, which says $14,000 per month of rental for our empty land, which is no commercial on it. And our property will be destroyed first. Then part of the property is taken for easement. It'll be offered $3,900 per month for the same property. Why? How is it a just offer? It doesn't comply with your just offer, clause itself, and it's discriminatory. And
thank you. That's really helpful, and I'll ask staff to respond to that.
Sure. I think Director Chavez, I would have to say I would have to kind of pause the middle of this discussion and pull up the offers. But I want to assure you that first of all, the information about the offer we made for the parcel to the south, the BSREP property, or the offer that we made to Gold Rock for their property, that's a confidential real estate negotiation. That's not put out in a public document. So I really don't understand what document Mr. Jalil is referring to. You know, when we give property owners the appraisal, we give them an appraisal summary, and the summary explains how the valuation is calculated for the different interests that we're saying. It provides comparables in terms of what other recent transactions have been in the area, because of course the appraisal process is about comparables. And so I'm struggling to understand the comment, because to say that we would value this one property in terms of the temporary construction easement on a property per square foot, and we would value the adjacent property for temporary construction easement, and they're both in the same zoning considerations and so on, and they'd be very different numbers, is just simply not the case.
So one other, just on this issue, I just want to make sure I understand it. Ron, on the property, you were explaining something that I thought was very important and very complex, actually, and that was relative to the use of the current property and that we're discussing now, and what would happen, you know, if that we would use a construction easement and then the property would be returned to the property owner if the property owner wanted it.
Sure.
The option for the property owner would be to do what?
So if I could ask the board secretary to go to the slide for the Gold Rock property, but with the same image that shows the different interests. It's if you go forward, it's in the other direction. Next one. Okay. So you know, again, we are by law only allowed to purchase the property interests we need. And so because we do not need both of their parcels once this is built in full, we can't just buy the property outright. And so that's why we made this offer. When you look at what do we need to build the BART project, we need the permanent facility where that sits, which is the area on the right, the kind of bright red cross hatching. Then the area that is not that property is the temporary construction easement, and we return it to them, but we'd be returning it to them with that transit facilities easement for the underground part of the facility. That's by law how we have to make the offer. Now, the owner, and not just in this situation, but any situation, if they look at this and they believe that this remnant is uneconomic and they're not interested, they can ask us to say then, based on it being uneconomic, to buy the property, but that would be at their prerogative. And if that were to arise, then we would sit back and look at this in terms of the valuation and appraisal and kind of revise our offer based on what that number would look like.
Got it. And so, and then at the end of that time, okay, so they would have the option to pursue two paths, essentially.
Yes, I mean, I think, you know, we're trying to buy the property interest we need for the project, but if they believe that the remnant is uneconomic, then we can have a different discussion about just buying the entire property. And this does come up from time to time, but it's the way the law is set up to really kind of give the owners as much options or discretion as possible.
Thank you, Ron. I have another question, and it's related to the CEQA clearance for the project. Ron, and I don't know who the CEQA specialist is here, but my question is, if you could just restate for the record the implications of moving over into the neighboring parcel relative to CEQA.
Sure. I'll make a statement and then I'll invite Samantha McCleary, who's also available from VTA CEQA team, if she wants to add anything to that. To put it very simply, when the board did the environmental clearance for the BART Phase 2 extension adopted in 2018, they adopted both the project plan and also the list of properties that were identified. The courtyard area that we've been discussing was not on that list. We can only purchase the property interests that were identified in the environmentally cleared plan. And so if we decide to add the courtyard, that's why we have to reopen the CEQA process. And that's why we're looking at a minimum of 12 months and potentially more in delay to do the CEQA clearance work that would be needed to add the courtyard property. And then, of course, as I mentioned, we can't start the property acquisition until that process is completed. And so that's why there's a cumulative delay. Samantha, would you like to add anything further to that?
No, that is correct. Thank you.
So if there were some reason that we found that we had a problem with the current site for, like, let's say we found that there was some reason this was a difficult site to build at and we had to move over 10 or 20 feet, we would have to redo all of CEQA, and would we have to do it under that circumstance?
You know, I think the question you're asking about is kind of how do we have comfort about what's in the ground and what happens if unknown conditions are encountered during construction? And I'd like to refer that question to Sarah from the engineering team.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron. Hi, Director Chavez. So, you know, over the past decade or so, there's been really extensive field investigations done looking at the geotechnical, soil conditions, existing utilities, hazardous materials, archaeological testing, as well as building and topographic surveys. So, you know, that's all in an effort to really raise the confidence level of what will be encountered subsurface once construction begins. We don't expect any surprises that would substantially change the design of this facility. As with any major capital improvement construction project, minor design changes are expected during construction to adapt to field conditions as you know, minor things arise. But regardless, the design and construction will not go outside the footprint of what's been cleared environmentally. So we do not expect to encounter the types of delays that Ron was mentioning and Samantha confirmed.
Thank you. And those are my questions. Councilmember Frost asked most of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Jane?
Yeah, thank you, Member Chavez, you asked my question about the partial easement and returning the property, but I do have some follow-ons. I believe, and I don't know if this is standard process, but in the city of Santa Clara, when we do these, we actually pay the owner to do their own appraisal. Is that a standard process?
Yes,
if they don't trust ours?
By law, we are required to pay owners up to $5,000 for them to conduct their own appraisal. We have not received a request from the owners for reimbursement to do that.
Okay, very good. And then let's say the owners were to deem that it was not economically feasible for them to build on this site. So we would purchase the entire site. Mm-hmm. And then any thoughts about what we would do with that? Would we maybe build some sort of affordable housing there or a park, or what?
Yeah,
what would happen in that circumstance?
I mean, I think to explore that scenario, I think that sort of the highest and best use of a cleared site on that corner would be a mixed use development with commercial on the ground floor and, you know, a couple stories of office or residential above it. I will share with the board, and I know this question comes up sometimes because VTA does have a transit-oriented development program. You know, would we do this project? And I'll offer you my perspective that I would not recommend that. And the reason I would not recommend that is that generally when we're doing our TOD projects, they're quite a bit larger. And as a public agency, we just have a lot of process and expense in doing these kinds of projects. And so for us to do something like this, that would be a relatively smaller scale infill project. I think that the cost we would incur relative to the benefits, it would just be more practical for us to go through a process where another developer could come in. And that would put us in the process of the Surplus Lands Act is the way we would do that, is that we basically have to go through that process and put it out for bid and see what proposals come in. As you know, the Surplus Lands Act does give priority to affordable housing development. And I don't want to speculate on what the bids are, but I can certainly see a situation where, for example, an affordable housing developer came in and based on the city's interest that they might want to put commercial on the ground floor and a couple floors above. I will say, though, that this property, even for the affordable housing developers, is relatively small scale. They generally like to do at least 50 units. I don't think you could do that on this site. It would be a very big challenge. And so you might not see affordable housing developers, and then it becomes a highest bid situation. And the person that purchases it has to go through the process of the city and get all the approvals. And I mean, again, I think there may be difference of opinion, but I think we do think that there is a potential to do a project there that could, not only replicate something similar to what's there today, but even add a bit more to it.
Okay, and my last question is, I know you talked about if you relocate households, you provide 42 months of rent disparity.
Differential, right?
Differential. If we were to do this, how long would the construction be? Would it be under 4 years? To be able
we have to relocate all the occupants, the residential and commercial before we begin construction. So it's not really tied to construction. It's just, for example, you heard from one of the residents, and so when they relocate to a new location, when they make that move, if there's a higher rent they have to pay there, that's where the 42 months comes from, the point at which they're in the new location and paying that higher rent.
Right, but if they wanted to live in this area, they like this neighborhood. Would they be able to come back in?
I see what you're saying. Well, I think the reality of the timelines are for the construction. And remember, there's the hard physical construction that's very disruptive. But once we finish construction, once the project reaches substantial completion, there's still a fairly lengthy period where there's systems integration, safety testing, safety certification. And that's all before you open the BART. And that would still be going on, I think, even before you sort of looked at this property and looked at sort of a development that might be on that piece on the corner. And so when you add all those timelines together, that's much longer than 42 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee.
Yes, thank you. So going back to the question from Director Jane, you said that there is a $5,000 credit that the property owner can request for a appraisal that they could conduct on themselves. Is that something that that's been disclosed to them, or do they?
Yes. Yeah. No. When we make the offer in our offer letter, we notify owners that they have that right. And I will tell you that just kind of in general, some owners do take us up on that, and some owners choose not to do that. I think it's an individual decision. It's
why
not.
Why would they not? I mean, it's almost like that. Sometimes when we talk about appraisers, like you get your own appraiser, and usually they would appraise as to the recommendation, let's say, from who was paying them, right? So it would seem like if they get their own appraiser, they probably would get a more favorable appraisal. Don't you think that's the case?
I think you're asking me to read into the minds of people why some choose to use the appraiser and not others. I just have to think that different owners have different levels of comfort of their knowledge of real estate and real estate market and their own ideas about what value is. And some, I just have to conclude that they prefer to negotiate based on their ideas of value. And, it's really about starting the negotiation. And I think, as you know, from when we do this, we have the just compensation, the fair market value per appraisal. The owner provides a number, and we start negotiating, and we go from there. You don't have to have an appraiser to finish the negotiation. And so we always try to get to a point where within the range the board's authorized to negotiate. If we can get to a settlement that's outside it, we'll come back to the board and ask for approval. And if it's so far apart, we see no resolution, then of course that does cause us to also request a resolution of necessity.
Right. And since this is under the context of eminent domain, correct me if I'm wrong, this is, I believe, whatever price that the owner is able to receive at the end of the day, I believe is because of the fact that through eminent domain type of proceeding, they do not have to pay any capital gains tax. Is that correct?
I'm going to be really careful because I'm not a tax expert and I don't want to make an inaccurate statement. I can't speak to people's individual capital gain situations. I believe what you may be referring to is there is a section of the Internal Revenue Code that does allow you to do exchanges if you are subject to eminent domain, where you can take that compensation and put it in another property. And just like another section allows you to do a tax-free exchange, you can do that tax-free exchange because you've been in an eminent domain action.
Yeah, no, I actually am talking about, I believe there is a section, and that's something I'm gonna implore the owner to look into, talking to the tax professional, because I do believe that there is a portion whereby once it's a eminent domain type of a transaction, that the seller, in this case owners, will not have to pay the property gains tax, which of course would be very significant potentially, right? So I
Right.
just want to implore them to look into this issue as
Yeah, and I would say in general, your advice that real estate owners should always consult with a tax professional is excellent advice.
Right, exactly. If we delay this vote by the next meeting, is that a month from now? Is that when the next meeting's going to be?
January, correct? Yes.
Okay. And here's where I'm coming from, and I know Director Perales is ready to make a motion, and I'm going to plead to ask to see if this might be something that makes sense, because some of the dispute or disagreement here seems to me to be just simply like measurements, right? I mean, that's something that could be easily resolved between the parties, and I think that needs to be clarified, and that shouldn't take a long time to figure out. And as far as the appraisal is concerned, I really do implore the owners to immediately seek their own appraisal. Number one is if 5K is going to pay for by VTA, why not, right? And two is if they do get a more favorable appraisal, they certainly would help them on their negotiation of a better package, right? So those are the things that I thought about, and I do believe that given the time, another month, I think would be able to probably resolve a lot of these type of issues. I know, every delay is going to cost money, but I do believe that, some of the concerns being raised is the fact that some of these data that's been provided were given very last minute, and they weren't have time to review. So for all those reasons, I really do think that tonight might not be necessarily the right time to vote on it. And I believe I will be able to support this a month from now. But I do really believe that there's more work that needs to be done between the parties to make sure that we're getting the right numbers, right measurements. And at the end of the day, I think it's important to make sure that people are really understanding what the package is, right? Because if you're reading the material or thinking there's numbers being given regarding the rental of a basketball court for some ridiculous amount, which turns out to be incorrect, I think those are things that needs to be clarified among the parties, so that we are negotiating correctly with the right information. So it seems like there's a lot of information still is missing, which is bothering me. So I would implore to see maybe we could get this postponed a month to the next meeting, and then we could get this out. Hopefully by then we'll get it much more clarified and resolved, and then we could move forward on this important project. Thank you.
Director Lee, I appreciate that. I would just offer, and if you'd like, I'd be happy to allow Sarah to speak to this, but to date, the VTA has spent hundreds of millions of dollars in the engineering to get to this point. And you are talking about some of the best engineers in the world that have been working on this. And this has all been kind of reviewed and vetted. And what we're being asked to do is we have numbers and comments that are being thrown out with no basis for calculation or measurement. To be perfectly honest with you, to say that, gee, you should look at Google Earth as opposed to the incredibly detailed state-of-the-art engineering we've done, I just have to point out the discrepancy there.
No, I agree. I'm not saying that your measurements incorrect. I'm just saying I think there might be some communications and exchange of information, education, shall we say, to basically explain how these numbers come about, so that they understand how you come up with the numbers. Right. I think that's some of that exchange of information I think could be helpful. And I think that's why having their own appraisal, right? If they could get their own appraiser to look at it, I think a lot of those measurements would probably be accounted for as well. So that's why I think having the owners getting appraisal is so crucial to get the right information through. Yeah, thank you.
And on the appraisal, I just do want to be clear that two thoughts. One is that they've not made a counter to us, and so that's not been part of it. And price is not the subject for the Ron hearing. But I also want you to know that when we've been talking to other owners who are getting other appraisals, they're telling us that it's at least 3 months to get an appraisal right now, and sometimes longer. So, if that was one of the motivations, really, we're looking at least 3 months and possibly longer to allow for them to conduct an appraisal. They've not chosen to do at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Perales.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll say I actually don't disagree with Director Lee that there's likely some communication or miscommunication going on, and I also don't believe that we would be doing anything other than delaying the inevitable, which would cost money and ultimately get us back to the same point if indeed it really is just clarification that needs to be had. And again, I am concerned with the sort of the lack of understanding of a new board of directors next year, namely, especially from the city of San Jose, and that ultimately I believe would cause potentially even further delay. But I actually re-rose my hand because I did find the $14,000 figure that Rihan was referring to. And so I wanted Ron, to point that to you and see if we could understand what the discrepancy may be there.
Sure. So
it is on Exhibit A in the packet, which is about page 35 of 639 of our agenda. And it is titled Exhibit A, and it's an exclusive temporary construction easement. It's the TCE language for the parcel, the courtyard parcel, the first, what was it again? B3220 property ID. So could you describe, I can read it off. I don't know if we can show that, but it says VTA will have the option to extend the TCE or temporary construction easement on a month-to-month basis at the monthly rate of $14,978.25. And so this is referring to beyond what we believe we need the temporary construction easement for the period, which is 4 years and 9 months. Right. It is saying that beyond that we can, lease at a monthly rate 14,000. So can you describe how that maybe is being interpreted by the property owner as sort of the offer, and really how that's different?
Okay. And I'm sorry, I've been looking at my page numbers have been kind of a little bit wonky on my device here.
That's it though, it's up on the screen.
I might see it now. Okay, thank you. And I did have found it on my page now. So I will say this, is that when we seek to obtain a temporary construction easement, although we have a project schedule, there's always a risk something might happen. There might be delay in the project. And so we try to negotiate in there an option agreement so that if there is delay, we have some ability to extend the TCE. And again, that's a point of negotiation with the owner. So what's on Exhibit A for the temporary construction easement would be the monthly rent, and that would typically represent the same equivalent monthly rate as what we're paying for the TCE. But the TCE is only, and by TCE I mean the temporary construction easement, is only one item of compensation here, because essentially when we made the offer for this property, we made an offer for the fee interest, the part we're buying outright. We made an offer for the temporary construction easement during construction, and then we made an offer for the transit facilities easement under the remaining property that would be an impairment of property and for the value of the impairment there. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think what the property owner was saying was that they essentially did the math on taking that figure, multiplying it times the 4 years and 9 months, so 57 months or so, to get to their what they believe the offer was on that property. And safe to say that's not the case. That's not how simple the math adds up.
No. And I'll also say that again, and I guess I have to reiterate that, price is not a subject, compensation is not a subject for a Ron hearing. But I do want to say, since the questions come up, is that, I'm hearing this for the first time this evening. So we made an offer in June and we've not received a counter. We have not heard anything from the owners. I do have to say that, some owners choose not to engage with us and then we go to Ron hearings, but most owners will tell us, we think your offer is way too low and we think it's this instead. And then you start having discussion about how do you get to the numbers and why do they think our number is wrong and what do we think about their number and so on. And that hasn't happened here.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and that was seeking that clarification as well once I found that figure, but I believe I understand it. And again, I'll just reiterate, I don't believe, if I believed that delay would amount to a better solution or resolution for everybody, I would absolutely support that. And quite frankly, right, it would be easier for me to just say, sure, let's defer this to next year and then leave it to my colleague that's going to come and take over in the seat. But I don't believe it will. And I do believe that we have done extensive work here to really determine if there is a viable alternative, and that we don't have that, and we won't have that come January or whenever else, and that ultimately we would be delaying the inevitable. So I'm comfortable with the direction, and I do see that more of my colleagues have raised their hands, so I'm happy to hear from them. But I would like to make a motion once we wrap up the public comment. Thanks, or the director comment. Sorry.
Okay, Director Hendricks.
Yeah, Director Perales could go ahead and make a motion, and I will just add my comments after the motion's been made.
Okay, I'll do that. So the motion is going to be on both resolutions of necessity, and I'll read it out here. This would be to adopt 2 resolutions of necessity, determining that the public interest and necessity require the acquisitions of real property interest on properties located in the city of San Jose, owned respectively by number 1, Gold Rock Holdings LLC, which is property ID B3213, and number 2, BSREP 2 SJ Towers LLC, which is property ID B3220, and that is the motion.
This is Glenn. I'll second that.
Thanks.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Director Hendricks.
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and say, Ron has just finally said here at the end of this meeting that compensation is not part of the Ron. And we spent a long time talking about compensation. So I maybe wish I had said something earlier that it's really not relevant, that gets dealt with after this, if this motion is passed. The second thing, there's this thing about measurements and stuff, and I'm quite confident in the process that we've used and the consultants that technically go out and measure things, that they've got those measurements correct. The third is I totally agree with Member Perales that waiting till next year where we have a change in the board, even if you could do these measurements and get more evaluations of the property, it wouldn't just be 30 days. And I think it's actually unfair to the new board members coming in to just be passing the buck off to them, especially with the extensive knowledge that the people that are here have of this. The part I wanted to go ahead and get to is to remind everybody, this is about necessity. And does the BART project, which has massive benefits to the whole South Bay, need this particular property? I think that's the discussion we have, and we've been having a discussion more of a property owner who says, no, don't use mine. But this process has been going through, and the overall BART project so that we can have the air ventilation and the safety stuff, and as this part of the safety component of what goes on with this, I believe that this is necessary to go ahead and achieve the overall success of the BART Phase 2 project. And I just wanted to go ahead and get that on the record. There's a lot of discussion about, here, could we do something else? There's really been no discussion of whether or not it needs to be in this particular area. Maybe a discussion of a little bit left and right, but this does need to go right here, and it's needed so that the overall BART Phase 2 project can proceed forward on schedule, on budget. And that is the reason that it's for that necessity is why I will be voting yes on this motion.
Thank you, Director Hendricks. I just want to say also that I want to thank Ron. We had several conversations and was trying to find a path forward where we could delay this and give the property owner some additional time. But I have to agree with Director Perales that I don't see a month or even 2 months changing the outcome of what we need to do. And when you factor in the financial consequences, it makes it a very challenging decision if you want to try to delay this any further. So my primary concern, Ron, and I know that Karen went into a lot of detail about the support around relocation and providing other benefits and support for businesses that are being displaced. But I just want to say to the small businesses that are being impacted that VTA staff and this board are committed to doing everything possible to make sure that you have an opportunity to have business continuity and be able to find a new location if that's the case, and reestablish your business and be successful. So I'm going to support the motion on the floor, and I don't see any other hands raised. So if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bert,
Yes.
Carrasco. I'll come back to you. Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you. Constantine.
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Lee.
Abstain?
Lee abstain. Ricardo.
Aye.
Paul.
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
I'm going to come back to Carrasco.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed with 11 votes, 11 ayes and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes. Moving on to item 5.1, committee reports. We will take public comments for items under this section at the conclusion of the reports. There are no chairperson reports for items 5.1.A and item 5.1.B. The reports for item 5.1.C and 5.1.D are in the online agenda packet. We will now take public comments for all items under committee reports. Theodora, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do. I am showing, but their hands may be raised from the previous item. It's Miriam Jalil and Rahan Jalil. I will go ahead and call on them.
Okay.
Miriam, you may begin speaking when ready.
So we had our hands raised before, and I do have to say that I'm very disappointed in this decision, but I will provide you the information where we were offered 1/3 of that, and we have it in writing for the appraisal. You guys have been made a decision on misrepresented info because I have the offer appraisal report in writing and dimensions. So we will make sure that you guys get to know about that, and then you guys decide if the right thing was done today or not. Do you want to?
I didn't want to cut you off, Miriam, but we're actually on to another item. So unless the public comments are related to the item that we're on, we'll close public comments.
Okay, we do have one more, Chair Jones. It's Blair Beekman.
Okay.
So I will go ahead and allow him to speak. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I haven't been attending committee meetings too much this fall of the VTA. I'm sorry about that. And I wish there was some reports tonight to hear what's going on, just a few summaries. They've been slowly dwindling, and so have I. So good luck, How in 2023 we can have robust reporting again about the committee process, and thanks for your time.
That concludes public comment, Chair Jones.
Okay, public comment for item 5.1 is now closed. Moving on to item 5.2, General Manager Report. A reminder to the public, we will take public comment at the conclusion of all items under the GM report. Carolyn.
Thank you. I have a few items this evening. I want to start off with some exciting news regarding the completion of the first 2016 Measure B highway project in San Jose. But it was more than just a highway project. It's a great pedestrian bicycle project as well. And we held a ribbon cutting on November 18th for the newly constructed interchange at Blossom Hill Road and Highway 101. We also had a great turnout with local and state dignitaries and the community at large. I want to thank everybody who attended, everybody who helped put the event on. It was very well attended by community. Mayor Lacorda was there, Board Member Jimenez was there, State Assembly Member Calra was there as well. and Caltrans had its representative as well. It was just a really energetic and very personal project for many of the people who talked during the meeting. And then they actually got to do a tour of the pedestrian bicycle bridge as well. Turning next to the transit ridership, we're holding strong with good growth in ridership. Dipped slightly the first half of November. And this time of year, that's normally lighter than usual. However, the ridership is much higher than it was this time last year. You can see our bus ridership is 76% of pre-pandemic levels. Light rail is about 50% of pandemic levels. And pre-pandemic and system-wide, we're at 70% of pre-pandemic levels. Next slide is the Veterans Day Parade. We participated in there with our bus. We had it wrapped on display with several other VTA vehicles carrying VTA employees. We also had employees march in the parade. This included our Safety and Compliance Deputy Director, Susan Lacera. She's a Navy veteran, and Susan also took part in the parade with her children. There's the picture there, and her husband, who's also a military veteran. And I want to thank all of our VTA military veterans for their service. Just want to move along to the next item in my report. We held our annual donation event for the Second Harvest Food Bank, and I'm heartened to see that our employees donated close to $12,000 to the food bank. Once again this year, because of COVID, the food bank was taking only monetary donations instead of food, and our employees showed up as they always do and answered the call for help. So I really want to thank all those who donated, and I really express my pride in how much our employees give to our community. The next few items on my report highlight some of our efforts where we're out in the public. We have what we call Ask VTA office hours, and they were held yesterday for the first time. The event was held online with staff from multiple departments within VTA fielding questions ranging from land use, service planning to microtransit, bike and ped projects, and the role of partner agencies. We actually had decent turnout for the first time endeavor with some great questions that were posed to our staff. So Ask VTA will be a reoccurring series in 2023 with the next office hours scheduled for January 18th. And then the community outreach team is also busy holding multiple in-person events to get the word out about VTA's visionary network and the Valley Transportation Plan 2050, with public meetings, pop-up events like the ones you see here with our enthusiastic outreach and planning teams there. And the feedback that they gather will be incorporated into the long-range plans. More events are planned for December and January, for this month in January. Next is our operator graduations. And we had 3 graduations this month, which we're very proud of. I was able to attend 2 of them. The first one was held at the Mission College 2 weeks ago for apprentices who earned their 18 credits from Mission College through ATU VTA Joint Workforce Investment Program. And that was just a really nice event celebrating during National Apprenticeship Week, and actually celebrating as a theme there as women in apprenticeships. Just yesterday, 24 new bus operators graduated their 9-week training program and hit the streets as full-fledged bus operators next week. And I want to add, we had several trainees in this class who have multiple family members who are also VTA bus drivers. And then just before Thanksgiving holiday at our Guadalupe Light Rail Yard, 3 new light rail operators and 2 new supervisors graduated their 9-week training program. It was really nice to have an event. They haven't had one in a while. And I want to show you a short and very heartwarming video of that event.
We're just, there's just a little bit of delay. Please bear with us.
Congratulations. This is a special day, and I hope you are feeling the pride as well. We are so proud of each of you and are looking so forward for you to begin your new journey as a light rail operator.
Anyone who graduates, anyone who starts operating a train, anyone who goes through this grueling course, you're now family, and everything they do for family. They do it for you guys.
We got 100% success rate. That's just
one great example of how we can work together, support each other, and be successful.
The deal is everybody has a role. Nobody's better than somebody else, but a supervisor's
We will go ahead and pull it up for YouTube because I believe some folks are not able to see the video. Carolyn, if you would like to go on with the next video as we prepare, and next topic as we prepare the YouTube video, and we can come back if that's okay.
Sure. I think it was just on a different screen, but yeah, I'll do that. On the next one, I just want to talk about a power failure we had at work, and that's our next item on the screen, but I don't actually need the picture on that one. So there was a situation that happened on November 21st at the River Oaks campus, which affected some of our systems and some of our service. And on the morning of Monday, November 21st, VTA lost power at River Oaks due to a breaker that overheated in the electrical room that supplies VTA's data center. We coordinated with the IT department to switch over to backup power, but the backup generator failed. This caused the UPS, or the uninterrupted power supply, to fail after 20 to 30 minutes. So this affected our network communication systems, the lights, and also the reservation system for our paratransit, in addition to the OCC and our transit vehicles. Transit service is not impeded because of the computer issues, and we were able to get it back up. But I do want to say, and I apologize, particularly for paratransit, it affected, more than anything, it affected the next day's services on November 22nd. Roughly only 25% of our trips were able to be made. So we actually had it, as it was a catastrophic failure of all of our sources. And so we are looking in that. We've had some after action reports, but then also how we can have some redundancy, particularly on the paratransit service. So I just wanted you to be aware of what happened that day. And I apologize to the community who did have to deal with some of the hardships that we had.
This is Elaine from the board office. I'm ready to play the video when you are.
I'm ready.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Hang on, let me play it.
Congratulations. This is a special day, and I hope you are feeling the pride as well. We are so proud of each of you and are looking so forward for you to begin your new journey as a light rail operator.
Anyone who graduates, anyone who starts operating a train, anyone who goes through this grueling course, you're now family, and everything they do for family. They do it for you guys.
We got 100% success rate. That's just one great example of how we can work together, support each other, and be successful.
The deal is everybody has a role. Nobody's better than somebody else, but a supervisor's role is different than an operator's role. What we count on is that you know your role in your job and that you do it. The people on the street depend on you.
I know that we're able to make VTA stronger with the teams that we have and continuing to bring forward our operators and grow them.
These 5 people really worked together and bonded in every way just to help each other get through these exams and just through these 2 weeks. And it's all about when you're up on top of the mountain, you reach back and you pull someone else up. So please continue to do that.
That concludes the video. I will stop screen share now.
Okay, I wanted to cover a couple other things. One item was regarding what you heard a lot in public comment today. I just wanted to address that issue. You've probably seen some recent media items, and you heard a little bit from the public today about the city of San Jose's interest in building accommodations for the unhoused on VTA property. At VTA, we clearly recognize that we need to address the problem of dealing with the unhoused population in Santa Clara County in our region. And we do appreciate the city's efforts in this regard. But at the same time, we are still in the consideration phase. And so as much as the city of San Jose, which I appreciate, has done a lot of work in identifying the sites, we're continuing to look at, have the considerations, and anything that we do will come back to the board. We'll report back to you on the proposals, any agreements for use of the VTA sites for the unhoused, with reports identifying policy issues or actually any matters that merit consideration by the board. So if I encourage you to reach out to me, to Greg Richardson or Ron Golem regarding this. We are continuing to monitor this, and we are working with the city and having a number of conversations, and any concerns that we've been bringing up, the city is working on them with us. But we will come back to the board on that. The other item I wanted to talk about, which actually you were sent a board memo earlier today on, is that today VTA received the authority to pursue federal funding through the New Starts program, through the Capital Investment Group program at VTA. That's actually allows us to pursue up to $4.6 billion. Really why that's so important is it does take some of that pressure off. I didn't not having to go to the locals, being able to use the local funding for additional local projects. And that was what was so important to me. With that as well, they gave us a letter of no prejudice to be able to move forward on pre-award authority up to the amount of the total cost of the project that's estimated through VTA, which is the $9.3 billion. So we're very excited that we received this. It does pave the way for some decisions that you'll be making tonight on the BART project. So I really want to thank VTA's work on that and working as closely with us as possible, and really being true partners in that, as well as many of the board members, particularly Mayor Liccardo, who's really helped at the federal and the other levels. We're not quite done yet on the funding plan. We're still looking for the last $750 million, which is a lot, but we're going after the state funding grant process through their large major transit projects funding program, the TIRCP. And that would be the last key piece to funding, to have a full funding plan for the project. So that's really immensely gratifying to know that we've been able to make such a big step forward in the last 6 months working with the Federal Transit Administration. And then last, since this is my last, I just wanted to thank the board members who have really done so much in the support of my role and the rest of the agency and what they've done in the county for those who are leaving the board today. I know if I mention you all, and I should have the list of it right there, but I know I'll forget somebody, but I just really want to thank each of you who will not be here next year because that, we'll have a lot of turnover on the board, and you guys have been very stable and have helped us through a lot of the hard times over the last 2 years. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. And the last item I have is just that you have a report for item 5.2A, government affairs update, on the online agenda packet. Also in the packet are the more detailed ridership report and safety and security statistics. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Evelyn. We'll now take public comments for this item. Reminder, please focus your comments only on the GM report. Theodora, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, Eugene, followed by Blair. Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Board members, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Just wanted to congratulate all the graduates for the bus, light rail trains, and overhead wiring. They are certainly needed, and my thanks go out and congratulations go out to these graduates. One thing that I felt that should have been mentioned in the general manager's report, I'm requesting a timeline for when there's supposed to be a new notification system set up for when a bus or light rail train was going to be late or even been canceled. This was mentioned, I understand, at SSTPO. I'd just like a timeline for when such a system is set up. One should really find out from VTA and not from third parties when their bus is going to be late and why. So timeline for when such a system to notify people when and why a bus or light rail train is late or no show is appreciated. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for a nice report. It was nice to see bus drivers graduating and such. Good luck in understanding what our roles can be within the VTA. And I'm interested in once we know our roles, how to then connect with others in their other roles well, to make that bridge of communication. Good luck how we do those things in knowing our roles. I also wanted to offer a thank you to the words of Eugene Bradley, who just spoke. Union people were bringing this sort of issues of repair issues up all fall, this past fall. And I'm interested in, for this sort of item, as much as I like it at this time now, in the future, would this also be a time to have a bit of a union report each time as they reported on things this past fall that we're now dealing with? It could be a good prep thing for ourselves, an interesting process and good practices.
Next speaker, Dina, you may begin speaking when ready.
Within the specific plan.
Good evening, board members. Dina Levins with Friends of Caltrain and Transbay Coalition. I wanted to offer congratulations on the New Starts program, which is a good fit for the kind of project and hopefully will help advance connecting BART to Silicon Valley. Thank you very much.
Did that conclude your public comment, Adina?
That was it.
All right, thank you. That concludes public comment. Chair Jones.
All right, public comments for item 5.2 are now closed. And are there any questions for our general manager? Seeing no hands raised. Thank you, Carolyn, for that report. We are now on to item 5.3, the chairperson's report. And I just want to start off by saying I consider it a real honor and privilege to serve as your chair this year. It's been a real privilege to serve with my vice chair, Rich Constantine, also over this past year, as well as trying to fill the big shoes of the former chair, Glenn Hendricks. Really big shoes. Back in January, I challenged us with 3 major priorities for 2022. These included supporting the general manager's VTA forward plan, collaborating with cities and finding paths forward to resolve issues and improve the quality of life for all constituents, and addressing climate change. Thank you to my fellow board members and our dedicated staff. I'm pleased to say that we made significant strides in all of these areas. But we've accomplished more than that. Allow me to briefly recap our accomplishments over this past year. The recovery of VTA's workforce and transit service. VTA forward plan to stabilize, revitalize, and transform this transit agency established lofty but achievable goals to bring fundamental needed change to the way VTA operates, both internally and externally. We now have over 75% of our pre-pandemic ridership and are graduating new operators every week. I'm pleased to see jurisdictions have been innovative with establishing micro-transit programs for their communities. With the funding from 2016 Measure B, VTA enabled 2 local cities to establish micro-transit programs to enhance mobility and connect with VTA's fixed route service. The cities of Milpitas launched SMART, on-demand service which provides weekday service to and from 4 designated transit hubs. And the city of Morgan Hill launched a similar service called MOGO, Morgan Hill Quick Ride. Mountain View has had success with their community shuttle, and Cupertino's successful micro-transit program is also expanding to include areas of Santa Clara and potentially San Jose. VTA has also enabled a cross-jurisdiction collaboration between Cupertino, San Jose, Santa Clara, and the county on a vision to study to bring high-capacity transit to Stevens Creek Corridor between Deer Dawn Station and Foothill Expressway. And this effort is going to be launched in early 2023. We voted to increase our fleet of all electric buses and are actively pursuing sustainable infrastructure to support the larger fleet. We secured a sustainable transportation grant and made significant progress on our climate action and adoption plan. We've completed almost all of our board-directed board governance enhancement process. We've welcomed new department heads at the BART project, safety and security, as well as our new chief people officer. Also, we've increased board member engagement through the creation of ad hoc committees focused on areas of interest. They include improving transit accessibility to South County, expanding procurement opportunities for disadvantaged business enterprises, grade separation. We also plan to form 2 more ad hoc committees in the new year. Station design, and I know Suds, you're really excited about that. And also one of my initiatives and priorities, which is mobility as a service. We marked the opening of the 526 Resiliency Center and continue to see the good work done by our in-house healthcare specialists. And our SB 129 Committee of Labor and Management are working with our consultants to improve our workplace culture. It's been great working with the SB 129 team and to move this effort forward, listening to their concerns, working to resolve sometimes very challenging issues. We've accomplished a lot this year, and I want to leave you with a few thoughts on what I hope the next board will give their attention to. Let's not shy away from change to improve our organization internally as well as externally. Fiscal sustainability, particularly in operations, has been a historic issue for VTA, and the current post-pandemic recovery has exacerbated the problem. While we need to work with local, regional, state, and federal governments to secure ongoing operational funds for our current and hopefully growing system, we need to focus on keeping our riders in the forefront and avoid cutting essential services. Regarding sustainability and transit growth, transportation emissions account for over 50% of all emissions in Santa Clara County. To address this, transit must play a big part in people's lives, but our current system does not accomplish that. We need to find ways to grow the service area and improve the experience of our service. This starts with getting plans in place for where the most impactful new services should go, and it includes investing in high quality services like grade separation for existing services. And I know, Pat, that's music to your ears. This has been a very tumultuous 2 years. The successes we've had this year could not have happened without the hard work, dedication of VTA frontline workers, staff, the board, and notably Carolyn and your team. I especially want to thank you, my colleagues, for all your help and support in moving VTA and me forward. Finally, I made a commitment to the board and my colleagues when I asked for your support to be chair, that I would listen and represent the whole region. I made it a priority to honor that commitment, and I hope you feel the same way. Again, it's been a pleasure and honor to serve with you, and I wish you much success next year. So that is my report, and we will now go to public comments.
There are no hands raised, Chair Jones. Oh, I apologize. There are now 2 hands raised. Eugene, followed by Blair. Eugene, I'll unmute you and you may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, good evening once again, board members, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Yes, I congratulate the Mr. Chair. I congratulate you, Mr. Chair, for having an outstanding year despite the pandemic. And also my congratulations and a formal farewell to the outgoing board members. I know there's going to be a lot of turnover and there's going to be a lot of challenges. However, I feel with the new graduates and everything that's going to be happening in 2023, I want to see better things from VTA. I want to do everything I can to help make that happen. So thank you, congratulations, good luck on your future endeavors.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'd also like to thank Chairman Jones for his year of work as the chair of VTA work. It was an interesting year in that I thank you that your efforts to create the electric bus fleet, to expand it, and that we're talking about mass transit again, and that it's becoming a more viable option again. So thank you for those efforts and what 2023 and beyond will be in store for ourselves. How to talk about connecting mass transit with different areas of the Bay Area, and possibly to get some more ridership again. Thanks again for your work, Chairman Jones, and good luck to all of us into 2023, and especially into 2024, 25, and beyond. Thanks.
That concludes public comment, Chair Jones.
All right, going back to the board, Director Burke.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Chair Jones and Vice Chair Constantine and all the board members that have been serving and are coming off the board. It's been a real pleasure to have your leadership, and really it's rare that I think we get an opportunity to work with someone who is just so collaborative and thoughtful and really leads by example. You had a tough act to follow after the incredible work that Board Member Hendricks did last year, and I think we're all really appreciative of everything that you've done, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Burke. Director Hendricks?
Yeah, Chappie, I just want to say thank you for the leadership you've provided here. There's several people here on the board who've been prior chairs, and I think unless you've been a prior chair, you truly cannot appreciate the responsibility that's on your shoulders there, and you've carried it well. I really appreciate the conversations you and I have been able to have. They've been conversations where we've been able to be vulnerable with each other, which has led to real honesty in our conversations. And I just really appreciate how that's all gone. So I'm going to save my comments for any of the other outgoing members, because I think we get to do all that next month. So, but Chappie, thank you very much for your leadership here.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Hendricks. All right. I don't see any Director Liccardo.
Thank you, Chappie. I just wanted to pile on and say thank you. Great job. Great having you at the helm this year. Thanks also to Rich for his great work. And I know we got a big crew heading off, but we'll all come back for our 2 minutes of glory, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. All right. Director Lee.
Just like the Mayor Liccardo says, piling on, really appreciate the great leadership of you, Chair Jones, Vice Chair Constantine, and of course, our immediate past Chair Hendricks for all your awesome work. I know we are going to have a huge change, and please don't be strangers. Come back and say hello. Doesn't mean you should speak all 3 minutes when you come to public hearing, but but seriously, I mean, you guys have set a really high bar, and I'm one of the newer members, and there'll be a lot hard act to follow. But I believe probably more than half the board is going to change. So certainly, it's going to be a lot of learning for many of the new members. And please do provide whatever mentorship you have. And the VTA certainly owes you a deep debt of gratitude, especially during this past 3 years of COVID. Certainly really difficult for us, but you guys really have performed amazingly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lee. All right, seeing no further hands raised, this will take us to item 6, consent agenda. Item 6.1 through 6.7, item 6.9 through 6.12, and item 7.1. Members of the public who would like to address the board on an item on consent, please raise your hand now on the app or press *9 on your phone. To my colleagues, is there anyone who would like to pull an item off consent or add an item to the consent agenda? And Director Lee, your hand's still up. I'm assuming that's from before?
Yes, it's from before. My apologies.
No worries. Are there any abstentions or recusals? Seeing none, we will now open public comment for items on consent.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to comment on your meeting minutes approval and the meeting minutes of the committee meeting agenda things that's on the consent this week. I just wanted to compliment yourselves and the board secretaries that they know how, if they focus well, can do a really good job at meeting minutes and describing public comment. And also on the closed session agendas, they can often offer just a few descriptive words that really describe a closed session agenda item. That really, I think, helps the process a lot. And I think are good examples for other Bay Area communities, governments, and regional governments, and how good practices can take place with that sort of work. It's clear and it explains a lot, and it's kind of an art to do. And just a thank you to that, and good luck in that continued sort of effort and good work, and to be a good example.
That concludes public comment, Chair Jones.
Okay. Looking for any hands raised by my colleagues, and seeing none, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. And okay, Theodora, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
Paul,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to the regular agenda. Item 7.1 was approved as part of our consent agenda, so we will now move on to item 7.2, which is an action item to adopt the 2022 short-range transit plan. And Adam Berger, Senior Transportation Planner, will provide the report.
Good evening, I'm Adam Berger, Senior Transportation Planner, and this will be a quick presentation on the 2022 Short Range Transit Plan. Now, this is a document that the Metropolitan Transportation Commission requires all transit operators in the Bay Area to produce every 4 years. Next slide. Typically, it's a pretty standard requirement, but this year they are changing up their request a lot. Next slide. So we're going from 10-year projections to 5-year projections. We're going from a VTA developed budget to one that's been developed by MTC. In fact, they've given us 3 different budgets for 3 different COVID impact and recovery scenarios. And they're asking us to only project our transit operating program, not the transit capital program. And so that's somewhat changed the purpose of this exercise from being VTA projecting its most accurate vision of the future to more of a hypothetical exercise where we are trying to imagine what would happen if MTC scenarios come true. Next slide. So here are the 3 MTC scenarios. The first imagines a full revenue and ridership recovery. Scenario 2 imagines that ridership only returns to 70% of what it was pre-pandemic, and farebox is hurt as well, only coming back to 70%. And then scenario 3 is some progress scenario, imagining that revenues come back to 85% of what scenario 1 would be and staying at that level in perpetuity. Now, it's a bit odd to only have these hypothetical scenarios. So we voluntarily added a VTA scenario based on our own recently adopted budget that I'll talk about in a few slides. Next slide. So all of these projections on the MTC scenarios are percentage extrapolations, and they all follow this same pattern. We see a 2.2% annual increase in revenues. That's MTC's assigned number for us. And we have a 3% increase in expenses that comes from our budget book and our last adopted budget. Because of that, we see a decrease in revenue hours and accordingly also revenue miles. And we see that having a negative effect on ridership as well as the supply of transit service goes down. You'll see that bus and light rail bump up from fiscal year 24 to 25. That reflects VTA's own projections for when those services will return to their previous levels. Next slide. So here's our VTA scenario, and we come at it a little bit differently than the MTC scenarios. Instead of asking how much service could be provided for a given budget, in the VTA scenario, we hold our service level constant, and we ask what would that mean to our budget? And what you see is that for each of the years, operating expenses are a little bit higher than operating revenues, but we have federal relief funding in hand from COVID that we can use to bridge that gap for the next few years, with our fiscal cliff, as it would be called, occurring in fiscal year 2027. And this puts us in much better position than a lot of other transit operators. And we expect that there will be discussions at the regional level about providing funding assistance so that some agencies that are really facing much more near-term and much steeper fiscal cliffs won't suddenly be unable to provide the level of service that their ridership needs. If we go to the next slide. But that's not to say that VTA doesn't also have needs that would appreciate MTC funding assistance. Our zero emission bus transition is anticipated to cost 200 to 300 million more over in the next 20 years than if we had continued using diesel buses. That's an unfunded mandate that we're going to have to find funding for, hopefully through grant funding, but grant funding needs matches, and hopefully MTC could help us with that. Our light rail fleet will need to be replaced in about a decade, and an estimated cost for a new fleet would be about $400 million if we choose to go that direction. Our VTA service level is lower than a lot of our peer agencies in the Bay Area on a per capita basis. We're 10% lower than Samtrans, 75% lower than AC Transit, and Muni is 300% greater than us. We'd love to be closer to them, and our current trajectory with expenses and revenues as they are takes us in the other direction. And lastly, I want to note the BART operating subsidy. The 2008 Measure B 1/8 cent sales tax pays for the share of BART operations that occur in Santa Clara County. If that money is insufficient to cover that cost, it's paid out of our own operating budget. So sustaining BART service levels can come at the expense of VTA being able to do that with its own. So we are definitely interested in BART being on secure financial footing, and we also would want any funding that goes to BART to pay for their operating subsidy to also come to us to some extent, because we're helping pay for that operating cost. Next slide. So to close here, we are required to submit a board-adopted short-range transit plan to MTC by the end of the year. We have a general trend in their scenarios of expense growth outpacing revenue growth, and we anticipate that there will be regional fiscal cliff discussions in the coming year. Now, when this item was presented to the ANF committee, there were a lot of comments by our board members or committee members about whether there were actions VTA could take in the near term to help stave off or prevent our own fiscal cliff from happening. We will be developing a new 2-year budget in the coming months, and that will be presented to committees on the board in the next year. And that will provide us with some updated projections, so we'll have a better sense for what sort of measures might need to be taken to help stave off that fiscal cliff. So that's my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Adam. We'll now take public comment.
Chair, this is Elena. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, and Bringing it back to the board, Director Koga.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if you mentioned how our service levels are much lower than some of our other neighboring transit agencies. And have we done any modeling about on if like we were able to bring up our service levels to comparables? Like what would our ridership projections be, and what would it take? I guess I know that I remember a presentation about the funding, how much it would cost to do that. It would be great to like have that back, but like what would that do in terms of ridership? And yes, how long could we last if we were to up our service levels to the similar agencies?
You know, I don't have the expertise to answer that question specifically. You know, service costs money and ridership tends to track with service level. So any increase in our service level, and we do have a vision of increasing that in the future, would require funding to come along with it. And that's the big challenge.
Yes, I understand that. I guess, you know, I actually thought we had a longer runway, and and I'd been thinking, well, what if we took a risk, shorten that runway to increase our service level? You know, what would that do for ridership as well as our fiscal condition? So I guess that's the question I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that precisely. If we increased our service level, I would imagine there would be a ridership increase, but it may come at the year-to-year stability of our service level, and we'd like to keep that as consistent as possible. I see our CFO has his hand up. He may want to weigh in on this.
Thanks, Adam. Member Abikoga, I think that's one of the items, and we talked about it last time, is that, you know, if we increase the ridership or increase the service levels, we do need to understand really the impact it has on ridership, because from a fare box recovery or fare box revenue perspective, I don't know if you're going to get a dollar for dollar benefit from the cost of the service level to that revenue piece. So that's part of the evaluation that we have to do as far as developing that proper balance between the service, where that service is provided, who we're providing it to, making sure we're addressing all of the issues throughout the county, but then also balancing that with that overall cost. So that's part of what we're doing. I will say your comment about the runway that we have, it is a little bit longer than what you probably saw in that document. Adam and I talked about this before, and we need to probably update that because the adjustment we made a little while ago with some of the other dollars from the CARES, CRISA, and ARP, that runway from what we've presented to this board over the last several months is more in that 2029, 2030 timeframe. So again, there's time, and that's part of the evaluation that I think we need to do as we move forward.
Thank you.
And could I chime in on this a little bit? Sorry about that. I'm Deborah DeGang, Chief Planning and Programming Officer. So I did also want to offer that what we'll be doing next year as part of our VTP and also developing the visionary transit network, in large part pivoting off of what Adam was saying is, you know, what if we could have our transit service look more comparable to our peers, but also with a deeper dive into what we want that to look like in Santa Clara County. We will be doing a planning level ridership estimate. So we will be able to get at least an initial sense of that to help support these discussions next year.
Great, thank you. Yes, I would appreciate that as these conversations, you know, continue at MTC. One thing that I sense or notice is that there isn't a lot of consideration for what agencies are doing to tighten their belts. It seems like it's been more like need basis, and that's what I guess I was trying to get at is, you know, because our service levels are lower, like potentially our need is actually greater if we wanted to be comparable. So, you know, what would that be, and how would that affect? I'm sure it would improve ridership, and you know, fiscally too. How would that hopefully improve? Because I just don't think that we can continue with status quo and expect anything different, frankly. And I know a lot of people know I just took a trip to Japan where I see this transit system that works so well. And it just really kind of changed my perspective on like what can we do to really do something different that could really, be transformative. And I guess that's what I've been trying. Yeah.
And I will offer one message that we do keep trying to repeat at the regional level is that one of the reasons that we are not facing a fiscal cliff quickly as the other transit agencies is we did do that belt tightening in December 2019. We did, realign to the frequent transit network. And we also saw that that was the network where we really needed the most service in the pandemic. So,
yes, and other agencies didn't. And that's another discrepancy, I guess I'm seeing. So, I just want to make sure that we get our fair share moving forward. Thank you.
All right, Director Burke.
Yes, just following on to Board Member Abikoga's questions on service. In addition to what we can do on net increases in service, we really have a fundamental change that's on the horizon for a good portion of our service area, and that is the electrification of Caltrain and how that becomes a backbone of the system with better service and more frequent service. And I think that we really need to look at how we realign our bus service to take advantage and integrate with that change that hopefully will be happening in 2024 or soon thereafter. And I think it really is something we haven't given enough consideration to. And I would like us to schedule that evaluation in this coming year as we look at service modifications.
Okay. Don't know if staff want to respond to that or.
I'll quickly note that when we develop our service plans or our regular updates, they are reactive based on changes that we're seeing in demand and other services coming into our network. So as Caltrain increases its service level, you'll see corresponding changes in how our service plan is developed.
Well, that's great. But I hope we can be more than reactive, but instead be proactive in our planning. We have certain anticipated changes in both their service levels and the quality of their service. I'd like to see us planning in anticipation as opposed to reacting once it happens.
Yes, we would anticipate their changes and be ready for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was an action item, so I'll entertain a motion. Director Hendricks?
Yeah, I go ahead and I move that we adopt the 2022 short-range transit plan.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Bert,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Before we vote, do we have to have a public comment or did we already do that?
we already did.
Okay, sorry.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Chavez, I'll come back to you. Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Ricardo,
Aye.
Paul,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
I'll come back to Chavez. Okay, motion passed. I'll mark Chavez as absent for this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.3 is an informational report on the sustainability program for FY 2021. Lonnie Ho, Senior Environmental Planner, will provide the report.
Thank you. And thank you, Board Member Chavez, for recognizing that environmental sustainability is one of VTA's core values and therefore recommending that this item be placed on the regular agenda to be heard tonight. Since the agenda is full, I will keep this presentation brief and high level. Next slide. Some quick background information. In 2020, our board of directors approved a robust sustainability plan that established key performance indicators in the areas of GHG emissions, criteria air pollutants, energy use for both fleet and buildings, potable water use, and waste diversion. For each indicator area, short-term targets were set for fiscal year 2025 and long-term targets were set for fiscal year 2040. These targets are based on historical data trends and relevant regulations and policies on the state and federal or state and local levels. Next slide, please. Each year, sustainability reports are prepared to document the progress towards meeting these targets. Before I present the results for this year, I do want to caution that they do not represent standard operating conditions. During the fiscal year 21 reporting period, VTA was operating reduced service that aligned with lower ridership demands, and we faced horrible impacts to light rail during the last month of the fiscal year. I also want to note that a recommendation was made in the ANF committee to return to the board next year with additional information on the targets and how we will integrate stormwater management into the annual reporting process, and we will certainly do that. Next slide, please. So here are the numbers for July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, compared to our baseline year of FY 2009. First, I want you to take a look at the 4 key performance indicators on the top of the slide. These are the unhighlighted sections. There's GHG emissions, criteria air pollutants, fleet energy, and water. For these 4 areas, we are either on track or have met the short-term targets for 2025. However, don't get too excited because, as I mentioned, 2021 was an outlier year. Usage is going down in these areas, but the decline from last year to this year has more to do with the change in our operations than any improvements in efficiency or conservation that we've made. The bottom 2 indicator areas are something that we should be paying attention to. You'll notice the green lines in the charts are relatively flat. That means that more aggressive action is needed to meet our targets. So if you turn to the first target there on the bottom, building energy. Our target is to reduce building energy consumption by 15%. And in order to reach that target, we really need to focus on finishing low-hanging fruit projects like changing light fixtures at our facilities, modernizing buildings to make them more efficient, and ensuring that new buildings exceed green building standards. The last indicator area that I'll draw your attention to is waste diversion. This is all about diverting waste from landfills. And so our target is to increase the waste diversion rate by 50% by 2025 and eventually make our way up to a zero waste goal. We need to do a waste audit to identify ways to improve this. The rehabilitation of existing facilities and rebuilding of our light rail division present some opportunities to expand composting and recycling programs. But we also need to evaluate procurement policies. We need to look at what we are buying. Is it disposable? How is it disposed? Is it being disposed properly? What packaging does it come in, etc.? Next slide, please. So in summary, while fiscal year 2021 was an abnormal year for operations, we know that improvements are needed in the areas of energy and waste. We will direct efforts to initiatives that reduce energy use and improve waste management at our facilities. Before I go, I do want to recognize the members of the sustainability team for their amazing contributions to this report. I also want to thank VTA staff and board members for their commitment to protect the environment for future generations by improving service, increasing ridership, and building better communities. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lonnie. We will now take public comments.
There are no hands raised, Chair Jones.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board, and I see Director Chavez has her hand up. Director Chavez?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for the report. I know it's a long evening, but the reason that I wanted to make sure this stayed on the public session actually has a little bit to do with what you said earlier, Chair Jones, just about our focus on participating in cleaning the planet and playing a leadership role. So I wanted to thank you for all the leadership you played on our board, but in highlighting this area in particular. What I wanted to just ask or maybe make a recommendation to the staff is that the staff I appreciate that you included slides, and I would very much be interested in when you report back, not just on the stormwater areas, but if there are areas that we're constrained financially, but you are seeing that there are some emerging trends that you'd like to highlight. When you come back to us, I'd like to see those as well. And specifically, I know there's been state law that's impacted cities and counties in terms of certain actions that we have to take. I just don't know if that's happening or what we may see on the horizon from the state legislature relative to transit. So if you wouldn't mind giving us an update when it comes back to us on those kinds of trends would be really helpful. And thank you for the very good work. I just wanted to make sure you could show off a little bit.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. That was an informational item, so there's no need for a motion. So Lonnie, again, thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
All right, item 7.4 is an update on the future of light rail program, which was deferred from our previous meeting, and Jason Kim, Senior Transportation Planner, will provide the report. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm going to try to keep my presentation relatively brief, as many of the details are in the memo attached to the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is really an update to the Future of Light Rail item we brought to the board workshop earlier this year. At that time, we were asked to take a look at our existing light rail operating costs, which in general will help us better understand what to do with our light rail system moving forward, and ultimately what to do about procuring a new fleet of either light rail vehicles or some other technology in the future. So we're going to be focusing today's presentation on some of the reasons for our VTA's high light rail operating costs, and then go into some of our next steps related to some of the programs that we'll be moving forward with in the next year. Next slide, please. What we started off with is we took a look at our entire light rail operating budget over the last decade or so to really understand what happened to our cost structures over the last decade and when did they get just abnormally high. Next slide, please. So this chart shows what our anticipated operating costs would have looked like in the last decade or so, just based on some key indicators, including car hours and typical staffing costs. What we would have expected is some pretty gradual increases in our operating budget from 2010 to 2015, and then a slowdown in our increases in operating budget from 2016 onward. However, if we go to the next slide, what actually happened was from 2010 to 2015, our operating costs and our anticipated costs actually tracked pretty well. However, starting in 2016, our actual costs started really outpacing what we would have anticipated our operating costs to look like. And so when I look at this chart, what this indicates to me is something happened with our operating budget sometime around the years 2015 to 2016 that really caused our costs to go up significantly. And we've essentially been recovering from that ever since. I think one of the key things to note here is that in 2021, our actual costs were still outpacing our anticipated costs, meaning that whatever's causing these cost overages is still going on here at VTA. Next slide, please. And so the question we asked ourselves is what happened starting in 2016? We did a lot of additional analysis on our operating costs during this time, and we are focusing on three key areas where our costs look like they've been contributing to these overages during that period. I think one of the key things to note here, though, is there's a lot of reasons for our costs increasing during this period. These are just the three biggest reasons that we want to detail tonight. And so this includes our midlife overhaul program, Levi Stadium event service, and some parts procurement issues that are ongoing. Next slide, please. So the midlife overhaul program was a program to essentially overhaul our vehicles, which is something that you only do about once or twice in the lifetime of a vehicle. The chart on the left shows the number of overhauls we completed by year over this period. And as you see, this actually lines up pretty well with where our cost overages were during the during that period of time. Two things I'll note about VTA's overhaul. The first is that we conducted our overhaul in-house with in-house labor, which is somewhat atypical when you compare us to other agencies. Many other agencies will either hire contract staff out for their overhaul, or they will actually ship their vehicles to a facility to get them overhauled. I think the biggest change in how we differ than most agencies, though, is that we completely applied our overhaul costs to our operating budget as opposed to our capital budget. Next slide, please. So the slide, the formatting got screwed up a little bit, but in general, what happened here is VTA's capital expenses are pretty low compared to most of our peers. We're actually 7th from the bottom. The VTA San Jose label got kind of misplaced here. But essentially, one of the places where our operating metrics look really great is our capital expenses. We look like we spend very little on our capital budget in terms of improving our light rail vehicles. When you look at some other agencies, they've paid tens to hundreds of millions of dollars during this period of time to overhaul their vehicles. If VTA, by my estimates, if we had actually taken our costs related to our overhaul program and applied that to our capital budget, it would have made our capital expense metrics look a lot worse, but it would have made our operating metrics look a lot better. It would have taken us from being probably the highest light rail average cost in the nation to somewhere closer in the top 5%, which actually puts us in line with where our bus operating costs are compared to the rest of the nation. Next slide, please. The next item I want to kind of change topics is to talk about Levi Stadium event service. Levi Stadium opened in 2014, and it typically requires about 10 to 20 additional cars and 10 to 15 additional operators for most events. What we saw is that typically added a lot of overtime, not just for operators, but additional maintenance for these trains that we're having to now maintain that we previously weren't maintaining. Next slide, please. And so I think the thing I want to touch on with this is how that impacted our overtime rates during this period of time. So our overtime ratio, which is a ratio of overtime hours to straight time hours, began steadily increasing around the 2014 time range. Before 2014, it was roughly about 4 or 5%. It actually peaked at about close to 10% in 2016. And today we're still operating at overtime rates higher than we were before Levi Stadium event service opened. So this is one of the areas that we're going to continue to monitor going forward. Next slide, please. I think the last key item I want to talk about today is the parts task force. What we found is that we're having a lot of concerns with number of parts and keeping parts on hand to maintain our vehicles. The parts task force identified multiple bottlenecks related to both staffing and processes, and we're working to alleviate our parts issues today. But one of the key things I want to note is how difficult it is to maintain an older fleet of aging vehicles, which is what VTA has. Next slide, please. So aging fleets typically have reduced reliability, cost more to maintain, and there's a lot more difficulty sourcing parts. I've talked to some other agencies, and some other agencies are actually producing and building their own parts in-house for their older vehicles because they can't find anywhere on the market to actually procure those parts from. So that's one side of the spectrum. However, on the other side of the spectrum, VTA actually operates very few miles of service on our fleet on average. In the chart on the left, VTA is the orange bar, and you can see we're well below average compared to a lot of our peers. We actually run less than half the miles on average compared to some of our peer agencies such as Denver and Seattle. So this is kind of two sides of the coin, where on one side we have this older fleet that costs more to maintain. On the other side, we have this fleet that we operate less than most other agencies. So in theory, there should be less wear and tear, and it should cost less to maintain. What this all really means is VTA is in a very unique maintenance position where typical maintenance procedures that other agencies are using probably don't make sense for VTA. And this is something that we should be reevaluating to essentially aid us in maintaining our fleet for its remaining useful life. Next slide, please. And so this all really gets down to what is the remaining useful life of our fleet, and when do we have to procure a new fleet of either light rail vehicles or whatever mode that we're going to be moving forward with. Based on our current estimates, we believe our fleet's going to reach the end of its useful life somewhere in the 2032, 2033 time range. And from what we're hearing today, it's about a 7-year process from when the board would make a decision to move forward with a potentially new light rail fleet to actually getting those vehicles. It's about a 5-year delivery timeline in terms of you put the vehicle order in, they get built, and then you get them delivered back. And then you add on 2 years before that for vehicle engineering to really specify what the vehicles need to essentially look and feel like. Next slide, please. I do want to note, though, that there's a pretty wide range in how this could vary depending on what we do with our fleet moving forward. There are things that we could do that would accelerate this decision by a couple of years. There's actually things that we could do that would actually decelerate this decision by a couple of years. However, the key here, though, is that If we wanted to either accelerate or decelerate this decision, the decision to actually make that decision has to come soon, if that makes sense. To be able to decelerate or accelerate this decision, we have to start changing operations today. And so one of the keys here is the board needs to make a decision relatively soon about what to do with the future of the light rail system. We either choose to keep operating light rail, we choose to move forward to a different mode. We don't actually have to pick what the mode is or the light rail vehicle today. We just have to understand what direction to go with in the future for the fleet. Next slide, please. And so we'll really be moving forward with 2 items in the next year. One is to do a pretty extensive evaluation of our maintenance procedures to help us better maintain and reduce costs for maintaining our existing fleet as we reach the end of its useful life. And we'll definitely be looking at the timeline for procuring a new fleet and what this looks like for VTA. And with that, I'd be happy to close my presentation and hand it back to the chair for any discussion.
All right, Jason, thank you for that presentation. We'll now take public comments.
There are no hands raised, Chair Jones.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Director Jane?
Yeah, I had 2 questions. One is, why were we kind of out of step with other transit agencies with operation costs versus mixing operation costs versus capital costs? And the second question is, what is VTA's commitment to supporting events at Levi Stadium? It seems like it's costing the agency money, and is VTA working with the 49ers to figure out how to recover some of those overtime costs?
So I can answer the first item really quickly. And while I don't have the full explanation, my guess is actually because we initiated the process in-house with in-house labor, accounting-wise, it was probably just a lot easier to allocate it in our operating budget. As I mentioned, a lot of the agencies that applied it to the capital budget had typically, sent the vehicles out to another area or another location to get those vehicles overhauled. And so they could more easily account for it in their capital budget. In terms of I'll let Greg also add into this as well.
Well, I was just going to go ahead and address the second piece. So if you want, did you have more you wanted to?
Oh, no, please go ahead.
Okay, so remember, Jane, so we do have an agreement with the stadium, with Levi Stadium, for both 49ers games as well as special events. So we are getting some payment from them. Right now, I would venture a guess it's not a dollar for dollar, but we are getting some reimbursement for the cost that we're bearing for that service.
It seems to me that we should know whether we're getting enough. And we should renegotiate with them if we have a commitment to serve them.
And I don't disagree. I mean, I would offer that the next year we'll have an opportunity to renegotiate any of those levels of the support.
Yeah, when this was, if I may, when this was originally negotiated with the 49ers who managed the stadium for games and events, we did recover our costs for it. I would be very surprised if that was not the case at this point, but we'll certainly look into it because it's been a few years and I don't remember the numbers. But they basically paid for the service with the number of cars with the price that we had established to cover our costs.
It seems like that number should go back into this so that, it looks like we should just be reporting that the money is covering those costs. So, because right now it skews the numbers.
Yeah, maybe I'll just note that this presentation did focus on the cost side of the equation and less on the revenue side of the equation. I think you're correct. When we add those costs in, it would make the math look or make more sense.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Director Hendricks.
Yeah, so just first off on the Levi thing, I think this is one of those occasions where it's light rail service, but also we can't remember our role as a congestion management agency, and there's a lot of work that's by providing that service, we're helping out with congestion management during all of those events. But what I really wanted to talk about is we've seen this item multiple times at SSTP&O. And Jason, you and I have talked, and I want to highlight to the board the last item that Jason was talking about. And maybe we could go back one slide and just be a little bit easier to see. It's in the discussions we had in SSTP&O, we're getting two things wrapped up in our decision making. And one is, do we want to stay on the current light rail technology that we have to run on the light rail right of way? And if we were to decide to move to a new technology, what would that technology decision be? And in our discussions in SSTP&O, we really tried to separate those two decisions. And I think Jason's trying to add that here to the chart, is that we in SSTP&O, we think and feel it is very important that in the, say September-ish timeframe of 2023, the board make a decision. Does it want to stay on the existing technology we have, because that would be direction to staff and they're going to figure things out going that way? Or does the board think, for whatever the reasons and decision criteria we have, we want to go ahead and change technology? You don't have to decide in September-ish of 2023 what technology you want to go to, but I think it's really important to be able to try and make that decision and give that clear kind of direction to staff, because that's where they're really going to be able to start making those decisions of whether or not they need to, if they're going to be trying to accelerate what is light rail replacement on the current technology, or whether or not they'd be doing things to go ahead and try and stretch it out a little bit so there might be more time to make a technology type change. And so I just wanted to help clarify that decision. And I think the new board coming in really should understand is there's a key decision point that's coming here relatively soon. And I think staff is looking to have some additional workshops and topics on this to get everybody prepared to be able to make that stay on the current technology, change to new technology decision. And I really do think it's important for clarity of staff and being able to actually get things done for that decision to be made in the September-ish type timeframe. So I just wanted to pile on and clarify a little bit what Jason had as his decision point right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Liccardo.
Thank you. Appreciate Board Member Hendrick's comments and also this presentation. Jason, it seems as though, as we're looking at cost savings, one of the options that seems to be implied from this analysis is that we could be reducing our expenses on maintenance, given the fact that perhaps our current maintenance schedules match a transit agencies with more usage per hour or per year, or whatever measurement you use. Is that a fair takeaway?
Yeah, I believe so. I think based on our analysis, like one example is we may be replacing a part on our vehicle too often because we're doing it by every 3 months, as opposed to maybe we should be doing it every 20,000 miles, right? That is just one example, and that's part of the analysis that we want to do moving forward.
Right. So base maintenance on actual usage, not just on some duration.
Yeah.
That certainly makes sense. But as we look at the bigger picture, I know, this is a very complex issue, and you've shown us different pieces of the elephant. And naturally, as board members, we're usually blind to the entire beast of the elephant. We can only see a bit of it at the time as we're looking at different views. But what we see here is really a cost model that has us running the most expensive system in the country. If we were to combine that with ridership, my understanding is that gap between our system and all the other systems would grow even wider. That is, if we were to look at the cost per rider per mile. Is that fair?
I think there's a fair comment. I think one of the keys, though, as I mentioned, is our costs have been abnormally high over the last handful of years. And so trying to figure out what our real costs are, for lack of a better term, real costs are over the last handful of years. When you combine that with ridership, we don't quite know what that looks like compared to our peers. We probably would still be on the high end though, admittedly.
Yeah. Well, it feels as though we're on the very high end now. And if we're looking at it on a ridership basis, we're at the really, really high end, right? And so I guess, and I know you're trying to show us, you're trying to get down into the details to help us better understand what we're grappling with. But I can't help but think at a higher level, and when we look at both the cost and the ridership together, that would probably more likely compel us to thinking a lot harder around technology change than if we're just thinking about incremental changes and small improvements we might make to reduce costs in an incremental way. And I know we've had a lot of conversations about this, or at least I've said more than my share about it. So I won't say any more, but I can't help but think as you're thinking about presenting all this information to the board next year, presenting only, hey, we may be able to shave a little cost here, a little cost there on a system that is already the costliest in the country. That provides perhaps some very marginal, modest benefit, but I think that board that's coming in next year needs to see the much bigger picture, which is we're not just the most expensive, we're extraordinarily expensive if we're considering what we're spending on every person we're serving, because our ridership is so low, and because other technologies may enable us to have a more flexible system that may in fact allow for less rigid routing, for example, and more dynamic routing, that could in fact enable a boost in ridership in a very different look. And so anyway, I know we've looked at some of those models. I'm not convinced we've looked deeply enough, and I'm hopeful that maybe the next board will get a broader look. So I'll leave it there, but thank you very much.
All right, Director Burt.
Yeah, first I really want to echo Board Member Hendricks' points on where we have key decision points, and really when we look at this graph and that middle bar where we can see this range of decision points and how we might be able to extend fleets if we were really anticipating that we might be actually changing over to a different system at some point in time. So I think that's crucially important. I agree with Mayor Liccardo on his points, and I just want to add one other thing, following up on Member Jane's issues with Levi Stadium and the 49ers. I just want to make sure we're really charging based on full burden costs. The value that we provide to them is really high. They sell tickets for $100 to $300, and what we do in terms of enabling the transportation to and from the stadium is really high value to them, and we don't need to make a profit, but we should certainly be making sure that we have full cost recovery and not be shy about insisting upon that, because I think they're deriving great value from our service, as is the public. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Chavez.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. And I'm sorry if you shared this and I missed it. What's when I'm looking at the decision timeline that you've shared with us, and I'm not sure I understand the decision point being so late, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the chart, but are you saying the decision point is 2030?
Yeah, I probably made this chart a little too complicated, admittedly. But I think one of the keys here is we can defer the decision to buy a new light rail fleet till 2030. I guess.
Oh, I see. I see. I got it. So, and then I see the latest point. So one thing that that I do think is that I think that this conversation has been iterating over many years. And Jason, I think we have sent you in a number of different directions. And one request that I would make is that when this comes back to the board, and I think it should really next quarter to the full board, there should be, well, and I know that it will take time to do outreach with our employees and with our customers, but we should have a work plan that is inclusive of continuing to look for the best available technology. I don't think there's any circumstance under which we shouldn't do that. And in part because it impacts everything from what kind of right of way we'd want to purchase, and whether or not there are any areas we would consider grade separation or other kinds of significant investments, and including that, I'm still convinced that we need to be going through the Dearborn station differently so that we can improve times so that not all cars are going through downtown, because I don't think it's necessary that they all do that. And I think it would so dramatically impact the amount of time it takes someone to get from south to north and north to south, that I think it really could be a game changer. But I don't think that necessarily means with the same sort of technology. So I think, colleagues, that what we should be asking for is a work plan that gives us the flexibility to look at the emerging and new technologies. I will say one thing that has been challenging is to determine what's the real best technology. I know that's been hard, Jason, but I think that even the board working with our employee groups should be talking about what are the indices for the best available technology we would be interested in pursuing. What would it have to accomplish? And I'm sure there are other really important benchmarks that you would want to consider, but I think we need to do that relatively quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other hands raised. And this was an informational item, so no need for a motion. Jason, again, thank you for the presentation. Okay, moving on to item 7.5. This is an action item to review and receive the audit annual comprehensive financial report for VTA and financial report for the ATU pension plan and retirees other post-employment benefits trust for fiscal year 2022. And Greg Richardson, Chief Financial Officer, will provide brief remarks on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for sake of time, I'll make my initial comments pretty quick. I just wanted to give a quick shout out and a thanks to Grace Ragney and the entire finance accounting staff, as well as the Eide Bailly team, for the work that they all have done to produce not only the audit work, but also the reports that this body is about to see. It's a tremendous amount of work that goes in, and I'm extremely grateful for all that they do. So now I'd like to go ahead and introduce the Eide Bailly team that's going to present to you today. So the audit partner, Ahmad Garabe, and the audit manager, Hannah Huang, they will provide the updates for you. So I will turn it over to them to provide a brief overview of the 2022 results.
Good evening. Thank you, Greg. This is the comprehensive annual financial report, and I'm gonna let Hannah Huang take the lead. She was the manager in charge of the audit. I'm gonna have her take the lead on the first couple of slides over here, and then I'll come back and give you a conclusion on the audit. Hannah?
Good evening. So first two slides is about the audit procedures that we perform and the audit scope of the financial audit. So our scope of the financial audit is to ensure the financial statement prepared. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Prepared by the management is fairly stated in all material respect. In order to do so, we split the audit in three phases. One is the interim. Interim is where we perform the walkthrough and interviews individual who handles the significant accounts such as cash receipts and cash disbursement. During the interim phase, we also assess the audit risk as well as the planned audit for the final. And at the final, this is called confirmation phase. This is when we actually test and confirm the significant accounts presented in the financial statements. We perform tests on a sample basis, and sometimes we do perform analytical procedures on the applicable accounts. The final phase is the reporting phase. This is when we evaluate the financial statement as a whole to make sure the financial statements are prepared in accordance with GAAP, as well as we prepare the letters to the boards to communicate any internal control issues if we have noticed anything. So next slide. So the next slide is kind of the redundant to the second slide, but it talks about the audit standards. So our audit is performed in conformance with the generally accepted auditing standards. So the first bullet point is actually, it literally describes the procedures we perform during the interim. And the second bullet point is the procedures we perform during the final. Next slide. Tamad.
Thank you, Hannah. So included within the scope of the audit, as Hannah had mentioned, the main scope is to ensure the financial statements are fairly stated. Along with that, there's a couple of reports that we opine on, which is the fair presentation of the two pension plans. So one of them is an OPEB plan and the other one is the ETU plan. And so that is an additional work that we do there with respect to how these amounts are reported on the financial statements, how the discount rate is reported on these financial statements. And it involves an actuarial calculation of the OPEB liabilities and the pension liabilities that VTA reports on its books. Also within the scope of the audit, you are a recipient of federal funding from FTA mainly. And so it includes actually the COVID money that had significantly increased over the past 2 years, not just for you, for many of the other transit entities. And so we also audit the compliance over each major federal programs in accordance with the guidelines that the feds would give to the auditors, including us. Next slide, please. And so the conclusion of the audit is to let you know whether we issued and what kind of opinion we issued on the financial statements. And I'm pleased to let you know that we issued an unmodified opinion. It is what is referred to as a clean opinion on these financial statements. Meaning that these financial statements are fairly stated. And again, these financial statements are after the fact. They are presented probably to you previously by management as they are reporting the financial information to you. We just come in after the fact, we confirm. It is really, at the end of the day, a confirmation process of the amounts that are reported on the financial statements. Along with that, we are required to let you know whether we had any significant deficiencies. We noted any significant deficiencies, material weaknesses in the internal control. I'm pleased to let you know that there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal control. We had no audit adjustments to the financial statements. Next slide, please. So again, the main financial statements is the ACFR is what they call it, or Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Has various sections. Our focus is on the financial section. It does have additional sections. It's management words describing significant events that had occurred in the current year. And that would be noted in the introductory section. And then a couple of sections towards the end that presents comparative data, how your pension and OPEB is progressing, the funding of those liabilities, how they are progressing, some budget information, and then the statistical section, which gives a 10-year data, its trends, about VTA's net position, changes in net position, demographic, economic information, operating information of VTA. Next slide, please. So this year, the VTA had, the accounting industry continues to change. And so one of the new requirements is reporting leases on the financial statements. They GASB is the agency that produces the accounting pronouncements that VTA adheres to, and it requires reporting these commitments or these receivables is what they call them if you're a lessor or lessee on the face of the financial statement. So that was implemented in the current year. And then the other ones are not that significant. There's a couple of them that are upcoming in the 2023 years, which is the replacement of the interbank offered rates. I think LIBOR is going away now, and so something else must replace them in the way that you calculate your derivative instrument, the interest rate swaps. And the other one is subscription-based information technology arrangements, very similar to leases. That's another one that will be implemented in the upcoming year. And that is pretty much it. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ahmad and Hannah. We will now take public comments.
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay. Going back to the board, Director Chavez.
Thank you, and thank you for the update. I do want to ask our staff, not tonight, Greg, but perhaps for ANF. I think there would be value in understanding the implications, particularly of statement number 87 and statement number 96. But I'd like to do that in committee if that's all right.
Absolutely. Yep, we can do that. 87 is easier, 96 we're probably still evaluating, but we can identify those.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and I'll entertain a motion on that item.
So moved, Chavez.
Okay, thank you.
Second. Glenn, second.
Yep. All right. Got a motion and a second. Elaine, can we have a roll call vote?
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco, Chavez,
yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Thank you. Jones,
Aye.
King,
Yes.
Ricardo,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is item 7.6, which is an action item to authorize the GM CEO to issue amendments to contract with Kiewit, Shea and Trailer, a joint venture for BSV contract package 2 tunnel and track work. The full recommendation is on the screen. Gary Griggs, Chief BART Silicon Valley Program Officer, will provide the report. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. Chair Jones, Vice Chair Constantine, Directors, and General Manager Ganat. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the board tonight. We have another major milestone that I'm very pleased to be reporting about tonight regarding progress of the construction. And it aligns very nicely with the good news we received today from the VTA regarding federal funding, which the General Manager reported on earlier. I want to also acknowledge the entire project team and the board for supporting us and getting us to this point. Next slide, please. You will recall that we have under contract the largest of the contracts that we anticipate for the program, the contract package 2 tunnel and track work contract, which has been awarded to a joint venture of Kiewit, Shea, and Trailer. The overall contract description is laid out here. And as we've discussed in the past, there were anticipated board actions over the course of this contract to allow us to proceed with the construction. We're using a progressive design build approach, as you know, and that allows us to work together with the contractor and execute portions of this work as we move forward and working together to effect a most positive delivery of the program as we proceed. Next slide, please. This is the timeline that I've been reporting to you over the last few meetings, indicating those board actions that you've undertaken or will be undertaking. As you recall, in May of 2022, that's when we executed the first contract with Kiewit Shea Trailer, and that was for the innovations phase of the program and for programming and design services. That work is progressing very nicely, and we're now at the point for the next board action tonight to proceed with additional early works packages. Then we will be coming back later in the summer of 2023 to look at additional early work packages, and ultimately down to spring of 2024 when we will want to proceed with full design and heavy construction of the entire contract. Next slide, please. These are the early work packages that we'd like to proceed with and get your approval of tonight. It includes the procurement of the tunnel boring machine, a big achievement. We also want to prepare the west portal for TBM plant power. We have to get PG&E to provide power to us to actually operate the tunnel boring machine. We have some west portal enabling works, which will allow us to prepare for launch of the TBM at the west portal. The contractor will be precasting tunnel liners, and that will be also done in the west portal location. And then we have other TBM tunnel support equipment. We'll want to start setting up a surveying, instrumentation, and monitoring program. And then we'll be looking at some of the enabling works at downtown San Jose Station. The total of these is estimated to be $460 million. I want to emphasize that these are rough order of magnitude estimates and estimates of dates. We will be negotiating with the contractor as we proceed with each of these to make sure that we have firm fixed price. We will negotiate the amendments on Gary, we're losing you. Could you turn off your camera, please? Of this work.
Gary,
Gary?
I think we lost him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carolyn, you're on mute.
Try to give him a second to get unstuck or reconnected. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he must notice he's off.
Let's see. This is an action item.
Well, I'm trying, it is an action item, but I'm trying to see if there was many slides after that, because I think he was near the end of what he was presenting for this item.
Carolyn, if you don't mind, I'll just reiterate, or because I think where
Yeah,
you got lost.
because I think it's near the end
Yeah.
of his and what we're doing. Yes.
So I think where we were losing for what he was mentioning is he was talking about this.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It got disconnected. So I was just reporting that it's $460 million for these early work packages, but we will be negotiating a hard scope, schedule, and budgets before we negotiate any amendments. Next slide, please. Now, part of this is also looking at any of the project refinements that are part of these early work packages. As you know, we had approval in the draft and final environmental impact statements and environmental impact reports, which evaluated the impacts and effects of the project. We need to also do an environmental analysis of the early work packages, which was performed. So staff has performed a CEQA addendum, which is also part of the board agenda item tonight. And based on this analysis, which staff prepared for CEQA, is that there are no new adverse impacts or increase in severity of existing impacts, which is very important as we proceed ahead with executing these additional early works packages. Next slide, please. So what we'd like to ask the board to do tonight are two action items. One is we'd like the board to authorize the general manager to issue contract amendments not to exceed a total of $460 million to Kiewit Shade Trailer for early work packages related to contract package 2, the tunnel and track work package, as I indicated, involving purchase of the tunnel boring machine, associated TBM works, West Portal construction activities, and other enabling and pre-construction works. And in addition to that, we'd like your action to consider and adopt the staff recommendation on the CEQA compliance. That completes my presentation, available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Gary. We'll now take public comment.
There is one hand raised, Chair Jones. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. That we the VTA can do the parallel track system. Thank you for that. And that kind of good reasoning, and you know, I think it gave us doing by doing that. In that same good spirit, can we talk about here? You know, there's a lot of talk around that we can start tunnel boring sometime in 2023. I don't know if that's very accurate or not. And can we be clear with each other in the next year that it may be 24 or 25 process can be clear for all next year? The step here for all of us. It's important. It's good work, good accountability practices with each other to do that. And good luck how we can do that, whatever, how we choose what year and what time to board. Thank you.
All right. Coming back to the board, Director Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move approval, and I have a comment, not necessarily a question.
All right, we have a motion.
This is Glenn. I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Glenn. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've seen this photo several times, many times, the photo on the bottom right that's on the screen, and I think it'd be very appropriate and cool for whatever the work begins, for whoever's on the board to be able to go down there and actually see this thing in action. I think it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I think it'd be great to allow that to the extent possible for whoever's on the board at that time. Just wanted to express that. Thank you.
All right. Director Liccardo.
Thank you. Appreciate Director Jimenez's comments. I had the opportunity to get behind one of these tunnel boring machines in Seattle, and it was like a science fiction experience. I just had a quick question about the portals, and I may be very confused, but we got a lot of money going into the west portal, and I thought this machine was entering on the east. Do I have it all screwed up?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Gary's still there. The portal will be entering on the west side.
Okay, so the soil is coming out then the west.
It'll come out in the west because we have the area of Newhall.
Right. Okay, so it's all going to Newhall. And does VTA already have sort of contracts for where we're depositing all the soil?
It would really be with Kiewit. And that's
Okay.
their responsibility, though, you know, we have to monitor it as to what they're doing with the materials.
Is there an opportunity for the city to engage in conversation with Kiewit? I can think of at least a couple uses. That will be important for us in the next couple of years. One is we're actually doing a lot of emergency housing construction, and we could probably use some of that soil in locations where we've got some unevenness or even some floodplain issues. And then also we're going to have to move a lot of our cover that we've been using in the past. We've been using a lot of methane emitting soil on top of our city dump, and we could probably use different cover. And so anyway, is there an opportunity for the city to engage with Kiewit and perhaps look for ways to be able to dispose of that soil less expensively than trucking it somewhere?
Gary, you might want to answer, but I know that we did it on phase one, that not we ourselves, but there was contacts with the contractor, the main contractor for soil disposal or areas that they had created contracts to move it to. So Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the city could approach Kiewit on that.
Yes,
Gary, is it
absolutely.
something we could just
Oh,
make
Gary?
contact just to have the conversation?
Yeah,
Yes,
Gary?
yeah, absolutely. The contractor, we've been working with the contractor on where the spoils are going to go. And so we're looking for any opportunities that you'd like to discuss.
That's great. Okay, wonderful. Hopefully there's some win-win there. And then I just want to congratulate everybody on their hard work. We've got 2 really big wins today on this project. Assuming that the board approves Director Jimenez's motion, both moving forward with the TBM, which is obviously a very important milestone, and then the announcement, obviously, that we're in the queue for the New Starts program. And Carolyn, correct me if I'm wrong. You may have said this earlier, but I don't know of a project of this size that has been able to pivot and go from one major program to another. Obviously, it reflects a lot of hard work that VTA staff has had with FTA and a lot of other partners to really make sure that this project is one that stands above the rest, because these are very competitive programs, and just grateful that we're able to get these 2 milestones behind us.
Yes, and I do want to say the other part of that first milestone, or was getting the letter of no prejudice. So we had the expedited project delivery program. We had pre-award authority for the entire cost of the project. We had requested $1.6 billion of pre-award authority over and above what we'd already spent, and they came back with the full amount of $9.3 billion. So they actually gave us the same pre-award authority that we had under the expedited project delivery program, which was wonderful news to hear. It means we can stay on track.
Exactly. It enables us to move full speed ahead. And look, I know there's been plenty of critics on this program, but the experts at the FTA and elsewhere who are making decisions about awarding money have the confidence that this project is the right project and it's moving ahead. So thrilled to see it happen after many conversations I've had between FTA and members of Congress and others. It's just obvious that our team has been working really hard and doing a great job in making it clear that this is a project that we all need. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Burt.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'll just couple comment and question on the soil. Mayor Liccardo, the soil is generally a buyer's market. That whether you're building underground garages or a project like this, the constructor is having high expenses for disposal of soil, and the cheaper and closer they can do it, the better for them. So I think the VTA will be happy that you want the soil. I did want to ask about the volume of soil that's projected to double. I know that we've gone to a bigger bore, and as we that volume, cross-sectional volume, is increased significantly by a modest increase in the bore diameter, or in this case, the radius squared times pi. But it didn't make sense to me that it would double based on that increase in bore diameter. Is there some other explanation for that?
Samantha McCleary is on the line, who did the CEQA addendum. So maybe I can ask her to help us discuss that.
Yes. Hi, this is Samantha Swan McCleary. I'm the VSV2 Project Environmental Manager. I also have Ann Calnan as our department manager. But this number came from KST, but it does include about a 35% expansion factor. So we wanted to be conservative in our estimates of truck trips. So we took their numbers and added a bit of a buffer to analyze. So it does include an expansion factor.
Well, did we not include that initially? Because what we did was we increased our anticipated soil volume by maybe 50% on a calculated basis, but by 100% in the projection.
I can't really speak to the original numbers. All we do is have the information that KST provided, and I can look into this and get back to you, unless Ann, you have, okay.
I'd appreciate a follow-up on that, because it really there's no explanation there. And we received this letter that Carolyn forwarded in her cover letter on the VTA giving an indication that we can proceed based on the New Starts SIGS program, and that, as Carolyn said, that we're authorized to spend funds. But the letter was kind of a two halves to it. One was that positive statement. The other was really a qualifier that said, but we don't guarantee that you're going to get this money. And so we really don't have the money yet for the project, for the currently anticipated costs. And yet we're basically entering with this contract somewhat of a point of no return. We're going to be spending a lot of money, almost $500 million, on proceeding with a long lead time boring machine, which I appreciate. If we don't proceed with letting the contract at this time, then we would be set back on our whole timeline. But we need to recognize that that's what we're doing. We're basically, to some extent, rolling the dice that we're going to be able to have the funding needed to complete the project. And we're making a really big, not irreversible down payment under the assumption that it's going to work out on those dollars. Is that essentially correct?
Yeah, on all projects where you're in these New Starts pipelines and you're trying to move the project along, and that is the way it works. It actually works through all the phases of the project. So even if we didn't have an LOMP and we did all the engineering or was in the engineering phase, you are able to purchase long lead time items, but they're at your own risk. So it's more difficult to pay as you go, right?
Yeah, but a year plus ago, we thought we had full funding, year and a half ago, and we've upped the cost, anticipated cost for the project, and so now we have a gap between the dollars we know we have and the dollars that we're anticipating needing. And it may work out well, but I think everybody needs to recognize that that's what's happening here, is that we are essentially anticipating we're going to be able to fill that funding gap, but we're making a decision that is kind of a no return, a point of no return on this. And I think we just need to be transparent that that's what we're doing. And so those are really my comments on this, and appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to go ahead and I want to pile on a little bit to what Mayor Liccardo was saying in terms of, I understand what Member Burt was just talking about, but I'm stepping back and taking a bigger picture view of this and where we are of this major program that we've been working on. I've been on the board for 7+ years. There are members here who have been on the board much longer than I and working on this. And this has been, we've been marching towards being able to make this decision of being able to go out and procure the tunnel boring machines for a long time. And I think we should be positive and acknowledge the great progress that's been made. Tons of work that's been done locally at the federal level to go ahead and move this forward. But I really do think we should be smiling and appreciative and happy about the progress that's being made, and that this is, you can call this a point of no return, that's fine. But this is we need to be at the point of no return. We need to be looking forward. We need to be getting these items built so we can go ahead and get this done. Because BART Phase 2, regardless of what some of the naysayers might say, it's going to be a very positive thing for the South Bay and here for the region, and what it's going to be able to do to help with traffic as we look forward into the future. These are expensive projects. We need to move forward. This is the way they get funded. No project that is these big multi-billion-dollar projects have all the money in the pocket at the beginning when they want to start making these purchases. Look at anything else, let's just go to Caltrain. It's the same thing with what goes on. So I just hope as everyone votes that we can do this with a smile and happiness of the progress that's being made. And this progress is going to lead to many more positive progress steps going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Hendricks. I'm gonna call for the roll call vote with a big smile on my face. So thank you. Director Chavez?
Thank you. I'm going to recuse from this item. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I also see Member Liccardo's hand up. I'm not sure if that's from before.
Sorry, that was from before.
Thank you.
All right.
Bert,
Yes.
Carrasco.
Aye.
Thank you. Chavez has recused. Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Heck, yes.
Jones,
Yes, with a smile on my face.
Lee,
Yes.
Liccardo,
Aye.
Paul,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Motion passed with 11 ayes and 1 recusal. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes us to item 7.7, an action item to adopt a support position to investigate and provide recommendations for a conceptual organizational framework for a joint powers authority or similar entity for the Diridon Station Joint Policy Advisory Board. The full staff recommendation is on the screen. Jim Lawson, Chief External Affairs Officer, will provide the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, board members. I'll be brief. For the public, Diridon Station is the major rail connector of Santa Clara County, owned and operated by Caltrain, hosting Amtrak, Capital Corridor, Altamont Commuter Express, VTA's light rail, as well as Caltrain service. Additionally, buses from VTA, Santa Cruz, and Monterey utilize this station. And as I'm sure you are well aware, after the last item, there will be a connection to BART as well as California High-Speed Rail. Recognizing the strategic importance of the station, Senator Jim Bell asked for the creation of a joint powers authority that would plan for existing service, plus the new service from Caltrain Electrification, BART, and High-Speed Rail. Not only plan for this as it comes together, but to plan for the expansion and future of this particular facility. Because of the different land ownership, multiple operators, and land use authority, it was impractical to set up a true JPA at that time. Instead, we created the Diridon Station Joint Policy Advisory Board to function as a precursor to a functioning Joint Powers Authority. Membership consists of elected officials from the city of San Jose, Caltrain, California High-Speed Rail, BART, and VTA. Staffing is provided by the professional staff of the member agencies, and meetings are held quarterly. Under using the contracting authority of VTA and Caltrain with funding support from all the partners, the DJPAB has made considerable progress with elements of station design and area planning. At their meeting of November 18th, members Perales, Liccardo, and Chavez submitted a memo, which is in your packet, requesting a conceptual organizational framework for a joint powers authority or equivalent. They're now asking that the VTA board provide its support by approving this item and direct staff to provide this conceptual framework. With the advent of the Google project in the immediate area, the work on BART Phase 2, now is the time to establish a governing body to make decisions, award contracts, and create the vibrant and economically vital facility our county deserves. That concludes my report, and I really am ambivalent as to whether you are cheerful or not when you vote on this. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jim. We'll now take public comments.
There is one hand raised. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Like the previous Diridon statement, I hope the future of this sort of committee can be dedicated to openness and accountability, and that I competitive of Diridon High School. The other areas of the Bay Area and how they fit into the future of light rail and the ways that that can take place. I really hope we can be a cooperative process. I just think that would bring more interest project overall and bring about people's interest in the project, to invite people to want to be around the project and just to be happy around it. If you offer openness and clarity and all sides to the issue. Good luck.
That concludes public comment, Chair Jones.
Okay, we'll now close public comment for this item. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Director Hendricks?
Yeah, thank you. So first off, I can support this motion right here, but I just want to offer, if you have a JPA is going to the governance model that's put together for how this JPA goes. And I would encourage whoever's going to be in the middle of doing this to look at some of the other arrangements that VTA is in, that I won't say what they are right now, but we have other JPA and JPA type arrangements where we've not always had an equal foot at the table. And so as we go into this and we're investigating this and creating it, let's look at some of the other ones we've been in. Let's look at some of the challenges we might have historically had and see if we can create a JPA and put this together in a way where we don't replicate some of those same challenges going forward. So that's, I can support this. I just want to make sure we end up with something that really works for us long-term in how we're able to not lose too much authority and we have a good governance model for how it's all going to operate. Thank you.
All right. You want to make that in the form of a motion?
I will make a motion that we take a support position to investigate and provide recommendations for a conceptual organization framework for a JPA.
Second, Ricardo.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Lane, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez. Come back to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Ricardo,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.8 was removed from our agenda and the board will receive the project update next month. Last on our regular agenda is item 7.9, an update on the SB 129 Joint Labor Management Committee. And Mark DeLong, and I believe JP as well, from the SB 129 committee will provide the report.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Jones, board members, and staff. Over the last month, the SB 129 committee has been overseeing the work to support our VTA family through multiple efforts, including continued support for the Resiliency Center and other mental health support programs for impacted employees and families. A major highlight over the last month has been the ramping up of the Organizational Culture and Climate Transformation Initiative. Over the last month, the consultant team has been conducting independent focus groups with employees from every division. To date, 19 focus groups have been held, which has solicited confidential feedback from over 100 employees thus far. The vast majority have been in-person meetings, but there have also been some virtual sessions held. In the coming month, the group plans to roll out an online survey and which will be open to all employees to provide additional confidential feedback. Depending on the participation and feedback received from the consultant team received by the consultant team hopes to have some additional findings to share with the core SB 129 committee by February. We're meeting weekly with the consultant team to progress this effort and to ensure thorough outreach to all employees. Another highlight of November is that we have just completed the evaluation process for the VTA Labor Collaboration Consultant RFP and issued a notice of intent to award a contract. We are pleased with the expertise, experience, and thoughtfulness of the selected proposal and will now be entering the negotiations phase of the procurement process. Despite the upcoming holidays, we are hopeful that we can execute a contract with the selected firm before the end of the year. Another highlight for the committee has been the ongoing peer-to-peer support effort. To provide an update on this item, I would like to pass the mic to my colleague JP, who has been spearheading this effort.
Thanks, Mark. I'll be brief. I just wanted to sort of highlight one of the important line items that was within SB 129 grant, and it's directly impacting a lot of the employees. There's a peer-to-peer support program. It's a training that we've trained around 32 members. It's a 4-day basic and advanced peer support training. This the peer-to-peer it's a similar program that the firefighters use and other frontline workers, police officers, and things. It's so once a peer is trained, they do. It's a way for a debriefing. Like if there's just day-to-day job stresses, they're able to reach out to a peer, or a peer could reach out to them and sort of debrief them. And then another facet of what they're doing is they could direct them to different services, such as like the Resiliency Center, if they need more, help with their mental health support. So, and I think I just wanted to throw this out there that we've had a lot of participation, people reaching out to the Resiliency Center, and I think it's sort of evolving, and I think it's improving, mental health within the workplace, and I'm glad to see that. So I think it's a real important thing that the services have been available, and I think we're lucky to have it. So that's pretty much everything I have. So I'll just cut it short. Thank you, everybody, and I'll pass it back to Mark.
Thanks, JP. Just a closing note on behalf of the SB 129 committee, as well as myself personally, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Chair Jones and all the other outgoing board members. Thank you for your very considerate and stalwart support of VTA and its employees, particularly through these very challenging past few years. It's been sincerely appreciated, and I do believe that the candor and genuine care that the board members have shown has been noticed by the employees, and it's truly made a difference in moving VTA forward. Thank you all for your time and service, and I wish you all a warm and happy holiday season ahead.
Thank you, Mark, and I also commend you and the whole team, the whole committee for all the hard work. As we know full well, there were some significant obstacles and barriers and challenges, and you guys were able to overcome all of them. So you should be very proud of what you accomplished.
Thank you, Chair. We still have a road ahead of us, but we're on a good start, I think.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely. All right. So now we will take public comments.
There is one hand raised, and Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I hope this can be applicable to this item, to consider union issues for this item. I hope we could really work on the issues of morale. It's an important concept, and with relation to light rail issues, can we consider a more centralized light rail system that we work around the light rail and centralize our transit buses around the light rail? And to me, that can be a solution to the next 10 to 15 years. Consider, how transit services around the light rail more, and figure out scheduling and transit lines that are more fuel efficient, less stress on the vehicles and drivers, and more hopeful. Thanks.
That concludes public comment, Chair Jones.
All right, we'll now close public comment for this item. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Director Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I want to say thank you to the team. Very appreciative of the progress and work that's being made. But I have a request, and I believe I asked for this at the last board meeting, that when this item is done, could you be showing some kind of bulletized list of what you've done and what you're planning to do over the next month, or show it in some kind of Gantt chart or something? It's good to hear the positive progress and steps that are being made on all these items. But for me personally, I'm having a hard time being able to understand all these different tasks and how they're relating to each other and how it's moving us forward. And as I look towards the new board that's coming in January, with half the board being new, and they're not going to have the same level of experience and having lived through the last 2 years that the current board has, I think it's even going to be much harder for the new board to follow along and see how the good individual steps you're taking are growing into something that's a bigger benefit to the company. So I really, really request for a second time that there be some kind of written piece that goes with this that shows, again, in a bulletized form or a Gantt chart, whatever you want to go ahead and do, what it is that you've done and what you're planning on doing next. I just think it'll be very helpful to the new board to see the positive progress and how these individual steps you're taking build to a bigger piece. So thank you.
Can I speak to that?
Go ahead, JP.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mark. But I definitely will bring you something, Glenn, and with the new board coming in, I think it is important so they see within that SB 129 grant. There's so many line items, and there's a variety from mental health professionals for help with the families getting mental health, the support they need. We have facilities issues, panic alarms within that grant. So there's a lot within it, and we'll bring it. So thank you.
Yeah, and JP, to be clear, it doesn't have to be every single line item. It's got to have a correct boil up level. And just to be clear, you won't be bringing it back to me. You're going to be bringing it to somebody else.
Well, all right. No, but I hope you're watching. But we have so many. There's Memorial Garden. There's like multiple things within this grant, and the tasks before this committee is not just minute. It's a big picture. So thank you.
Yeah, Glenn. Just I wasn't able to attend the last meeting. I believe there was a slide that was prepared as kind of like a Gantt chart that showed the overall, key areas that we were progressing. And I don't know, I believe that was shown last time. There's not too much that's changed since then in the last month, except for the progress on the organizational culture and climate transformation and the other labor collaboration, RFP. I definitely will take your suggestion to heart, especially with the new board. We'll bring that back for sure.
All right, got the big thumbs up. Again, Mark and JP, thanks a lot for the presentation. This was an informational item. There's no need for a motion. We will now go to other items. Item 8.1 is for items of concern and referral to administration. Are there any referrals from my colleagues? See no hands raised. Are there any announcements? Also seeing no hands raised. I heard something, but
It's me. I forgot to announce this.
go ahead, Carolyn.
So I did want to announce that Greg Richardson, who has been with us as the Chief Financial Officer, he was originally brought in through a contract, is now will officially in December, towards the end of December, be a VTA employee and will also be the Assistant General Manager, Chief Financial Officer. And I'm really, and that was
Congratulations.
great add to our team.
I agree.
And his family's very happy to be moving his wife to here. So she enjoys Tennessee.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, 8.3. Well, we're able to accommodate everyone who wanted to speak on items that were not on the agenda. So we will now proceed to closed session. For our closed session, the board will be discussing items 9.1.a and 9.1.g, or through 9.1.g. And are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on our closed session item?
Chair, this is Elaine from the board office. 9.1A, we got notification that it needs to be deferred to a future meeting because the presenter is from the East Coast and he now has conflict. So we're just gonna go through B through L. Is that correct, Evelyn?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we do have one public speaker, Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
For someone singing in the background. I wanted to quickly thank yourselves that, for your closed session items that you often can better label what to expect on the items. For 9.1A, you offer a threat to public services or facilities. Those 4 or 5 words explain a lot what to expect of the item. And you have other items, public of one item. That really helps a lot for the public to really understand the importance of the closed session process and what you're working towards that can be closed yet still give a bit of information to the public. That's an awesome procedure that I hope Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors do as well.
That concluded public comment, Chair Jones.
All right. So we'll now close public comment. To my colleagues, please mute your Zoom mic and video, and I will see you in closed session virtual room. To our members of the public, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. I want to note that the board will be taking action on items 9.4 and 9.5 following the closed session report. The board will go to closed session now.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
Chair Jones, just give us a second so that we can count the board
Okay.
members.
If you could give me just one more minute, I'm just confirming if I can release something. Thank you. All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are back from closed session, and I'm going to ask Evelyn to provide the closed session report for items 9.1B through 9.1E.
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable actions on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will provide the report on items 9.1F and 9.1G, and there was no reportable action taken during closed session. Okay, we're moving on to, well, actually, before we move on to item 9.4, I think we have one additional action that needs to take place on item 4.1.
Yes, Chair. So I just wanted to let you all know item 4.1 had two actions. And when the board took an action earlier, the board only adopted the resolutions of necessity. So right now we're going to ask the board to consider the second action, which is to consider and adopt the staff recommendation on the CEQA compliance. Tracy, would you mind advancing the slide, please, so that you can see there you go. And this also requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay. And Director Hendricks has his hand raised.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, I move that the board considered and that we should adopt staff's recommendation on CEQA compliance.
Thank you.
Seconds.
All right. I'm ready for the roll call vote, Chair, where you are.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco, Chavez, Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
thank you. Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Licardo, Paul,
Yes.
Perales.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we're on to item 9.4. An action item to approve modifications to employment contracts with the VTA general manager. And I will start out by saying that we have a modification to Carolyn Gannott's compensation to roll her current $500 a month auto allowance into her base salary and allow her to use the use of a VTA vehicle for business purposes, a 4.5% increase to her annual salary to $372,020 for the last 18 months of service, fully fund Ms. Gannott's 401A deferred compensation account. This is an increase of $10,000 in 2023 to $66,000. Each year after that, her 401A account shall be fully funded at a maximum amount allowable by the IRS. So that is the modification proposal. Theodora, do we have any public comments?
There are no hands raised, Chair Jones.
Okay. So I'll close public comments. Any questions from my colleagues? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, so this is Glenn. Yes, I make a motion of what you just proposed.
Thank you, Glenn.
Second.
All right. Been moved and seconded. I don't see praise. So
Chair, if I could just make a comment.
sure.
Yeah, I just, wanted to go ahead and give a little color for anyone on the public who's still listening to this. The reason I'm making this motion, and I feel it's really important that we do this, is that this is the first time the board has looked at Carolyn's compensation. She's been here 17, almost 18 months of what's gone on. She has done outstanding performance for the organization. She came in at a very difficult time right after the May shooting. Had not only all the issues and responsibilities of being able to come in and taking over a major transit agency, but also having to deal with the organizational challenges that were the result of the shooting. As we said, the shooting was not a single point in time, but it is something that has continued to have to be dealt with. And I believe that Carolyn has done an excellent job in stabilizing, bringing the organization back, and trying to bring the organization forward into a better place than where we were when all that started. So I can very easily support the recommended changes that are being done to her compensation package.
Thank you. Well said. All right. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco, Chavez, Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Ricardo, Paul,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Motion passed, Chair. And I also wanted to note that the write-up for the change that the contract change has been posted on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, lastly, item 9.5 is an action item to approve modifications to employment contract with VTA General Counsel. And the modification is for Evelyn, a 4% increase to her annual salary, $284,564.80. And that is the modification. I will now go to public comments on this item.
There are no hands raised, Chair Jones.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for comments or motion. Director Hendricks.
Yeah, if you're ready, Mr. Chair, I go ahead and I move the proposal that you just stated.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Again, Mr. Chair, can I just make a quick comment?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and say here, we did Evelyn's compensation 12 months ago. I support this recommended change that we're talking about doing here based on the quality of work that Evelyn has done the last 12 months. And based on that quality of work, our expectation, the same quality work and or better will continue into the next month. I also feel it's important to note that in 2021, Evelyn was the acting executive director for 6 months, and the learnings and experience of what she went through during all that, I think just makes her an even better general counsel for her to be able to better understand all the things that go on in the organization, and also better able to support our current executive director. So it's for all those reasons why I support this this change.
Well said. Well said. All right, we have a motion in a second. Elaine?
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco is absent. Chavez is absent. Constantine,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Ricardo is absent, Paul,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
motion passed.
All right, before I adjourn this meeting, I want to just go for another 15 minutes, just telling everyone how I feel about them. Or I might just save that, but I do want to say that, I enjoyed working with each and every one of you, and you guys have been amazing. And I'm looking forward to seeing you over the holiday. So have a enjoyable evening, and I'm going to adjourn this meeting and take care, everyone.
Chair, if I may, I just wanted to greet Tracy and happy birthday in 10 minutes. Happy birthday, Tracy.
Happy birthday, Tracy.
Hey, I can drag
let's
this
wait
out for
until
another,
it's midnight before we can.
yeah, I can drag this out for another 10 minutes if you want.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy
I won't
birthday.
say I promise.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Recording stopped.
I'm ending the meeting for all.